New data shows construction spending in August was stronger than expected. It is up 0.2%. Economists thought, though, that it would fall. The Census Bureau reports it is among the first batch of catch-up stats from the government as it works through a backlog of numbers that could not be published during the 6-week government shutdown.
The maker of Wegovy and Ozempic is planning to lower the price of its treatments. Novo Nordisk says it's changing the price of the treatments to $349 a month for existing cash-paying patients. In a temporary offer, new cash-paying payments, patients will pay $199 a month. The company says it's part of the White House plan to lower drug prices for some drugs.
Now at 6, Chicago police searching for a man who set a woman on fire while on a CTA train.
Lawmakers in the House will vote today on a bill to release files related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal rejected by the city's finance committee.
And taking a live look outside. We got some rain coming down this morning. Get those raincoats out, everybody, on a Tuesday morning.
Hey, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumke.
Anthony Ponce. Let's get straight over to Mike Kaplan to see how long this rain's going to stick around. Yeah, I was running the wipers pretty full tilt on the way in, sir.
Yes, I had mine on, several different times. I had a couple gaps in the rain as I was coming in. We do have rain pretty much falling area-wide right now. This is the view looking out over the Bean, and you can't even see it because our lenses are covered with water out there. Take a look at the radar, and you can see showers covering most of Chicagoland right now. I'll put the radar into motion, and you can see kind of a back edge to this activity. It's just kind of crossed the Interstate 39 corridor. I think within about another 2 to 4 hours, this is all out of here, and the rest of the day just going to feature a lot of cloud cover and maybe a sprinkle. So the bulk of the rain happens this morning at 9 o'clock, maybe a couple of showers, especially in northwest Indiana. Cloudy and chilly at noon. Temperatures are going nowhere, and then it's just kind of dreary at 4 o'clock. A lot of cloud cover. Temperature currently it's near 40, and it'll be there later this afternoon. Let's see if this wet pavement is creating any havoc. Apparently some crashes, Gabriella.
Mike, early this morning, luckily we didn't see any incidents, even with some of the rain that we've seen come through the Chicagoland area and some of the wet pavement, of course, that we're seeing. As Mike said, expect some more rain coming down, so leave some extra time for your morning commute. 2 new crash icons actually just popping up, so I'll get you more details on the exact locations of those two. And then 2 crashes on the northbound side of DuSable Lakeshore Drive. One's a little bit closer to the city. It looks like it's closer to Monroe, and then another on the north side. Looks like it's past North Avenue Beach there. And then also we're talking about this crash still. It's eastbound on the Eisenhower, past St. Charles Road, it was blocking Elisa Lane. So keep that in mind because it is causing a little bit of stop and go. Let's check the time on the Eisenhower for inbound commute. 40 minutes from Route 390 to the old post office. 35 minutes on the Stevenson. 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. It looks like our only expressway in the green is the Kennedy at just under 30 minutes for your inbound trip. I'll send it back to you.
Lots going on. Thank you, Gabby. Today, House lawmakers on Capitol Hill will vote on releasing the Epstein Files.
Let's check in with Brian Jackson here in studio with the very latest. Brian?
Well, this vote would force the Justice Department to release all of its files on the sex offender. On Sunday night, President Trump reversed course and urged Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of the bill to clear his name from any potential criminal ties with Epstein. While President Trump says he will sign the bill if it makes it to the Oval Office, it still remains unclear if it can pass in the Senate.
I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
President Trump has urged his supporters to dismiss this matter as a Democrat hoax. He maintains that he knew nothing about Epstein's crimes. Anthony?
All right, thank you, Brian. The Trump administration, meantime, pushing for millions of Americans to reapply for food stamps. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says it is an effort to crack down on fraud. Applicants will need to supply information like work history, income, and proof of citizenship. The overall process takes about 30 days to complete. Details on when and how people will reapply are still up in the air.
There's another development surrounding the Immigration Detention Center in Broadview, the Immigration Processing Center, rather. Mayor Katrina Thompson declaring a civil emergency, citing serious threats made to herself and Village Hall. She says the FBI is aware of a death threat made against her back in October And then someone called in a bomb threat. That was in September. The order prevented residents from attending last night's meeting in person after a group threatened to protest there. The same group allegedly tried to storm Village Hall over the weekend.
All right, we have a positive health update for Reverend Jesse Jackson. He has been moved out of the ICU. He is still hospitalized this morning. He's been at Northwestern Memorial Hospital since last week for a neurological disorder called PSP. That condition is related to his 2023 Parkinson's diagnosis.
The city's finance committee is rejecting Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax. The mayor wanted to have his budget approved this week, but many older people pushed back and instead advocated for more of a focus on cutting the spending first. Mayor Johnson hoped to use the corporate head tax to help close a more than $1 billion projected deficit.
Ask them if they support raising property taxes in Inglewood and North Lawndale. Ask them if they support collecting a grocery tax. Ask them that. If you ask me, I guess what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you no, because I believe in being straight up with the people of the city of Chicago.
So because of the disagreement on the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on voting on it until at least the beginning of December. Chicago police investigating a fire set outside City Hall over the weekend. They say someone set the fire Friday night and then ran off. Now, fortunately, the fire did not spread. No one was hurt. Police say there was some damage to the building. Authorities are suspecting arson. And Chicago arson detectives are investigating just a heinous crime this morning. A woman set on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne is at Stroger Hospital with more on what we know so far. Roseanne, we understand the victim here critically hurt?
She is critically injured with burns apparently to her face and body. Now, we don't know her identity. She's 26 years old and faced one terrifying experience. Police do tell us this happened on a CTA Blue Line train at 9:30 last night. They say the woman was involved in a verbal altercation with a man when he became physical, pouring a liquid on her and then igniting it, setting her on fire. Police say he took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman collapsed while trying to get off the train. She appeared severely burned on her face and body and was put on a stretcher and taken in an ambulance. Witnesses say it was difficult to see.
I just saw a lady that was lying on the ground and they were trying to give her CPR and she looked like she was in an awful lot of pain. And I also heard somebody say that somebody may have tried to put something that was flammable on the girl, but I don't know 100%. So, but she was in really bad state.
CPD arson detectives are investigating this. We understand the man was believed to be about 45 years old. We don't know if they have any pictures or video of him. We have not heard yet, but hopefully that will help with the investigation. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for the update there. The story of a pregnant mom sent home from an Indiana hospital minutes before giving birth is going viral. Leon and Mercedes Wells say they captured this video after they were discharged from Franciscan Crown Point. The Wells say they called ahead and told the hospital they were in active labor, but once they arrived, the expectant mother said she was ignored and told to leave. Not long after, Wells delivered her baby in the car on the expressway. Wells said that she pled with staff, but a nurse told her she had only dilated to 3 centimeters even after 6 hours of being in labor.
He said doctor already gave orders. She didn't want to talk about this anymore.
The family is at Community Hospital in Munster now. They've hired an attorney saying they don't want what happened to them to happen to anyone else. Now, Franciscan Health Crown Point released a statement saying, in part, it considers the video troubling and understands the concern. The hospital says the video is just part of the information it is looking at during an investigation.
The House has advanced a measure aimed at condemning Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia over the timing of his retirement announcement. The measure accuses Garcia of undermining the process as a fair and free election. Garcia's timing left only a crack in the door for his chief of staff to succeed him in the race. Garcia says his family's health forced his late decision. 2 Democrats broke from their party to advance the bill.
Meantime, Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas, hey, could she be planning a run for mayor of Chicago? She mentioned those plans while appearing on Chicago Live, but she hasn't made a formal or official announcement yet. Pappas has served as Cook County Treasurer since 1998.
6:09 now this morning, and we want to get back to the forecast. It was a super rainy one. This free car wash, that's the way I look at it.
There you go.
I don't know. When I got out of my car in the garage this morning, it was wet, but it was also kind of dirty. I picked up some gunk from the road, too. So it is wet out there, and it's going to stay kind of damp even after the rain leaves. A lot of cloud cover. Temperatures are going nowhere. Make sure that the kids are ready for that rain this morning. Give them that raincoat, maybe an extra layer underneath, with temperatures stuck at 40 here. It'll be cloudy and chilly. I think by noon, rain is pretty much done. The afternoon hours should be largely dry. I mean, there could be a sprinkle out there. I'll say damp and dreary, 40 degrees at 3 o'clock. And there, I give you the bus stop twice. You don't need to see that 2 times in a row, do you? 40 at O'Hare, Midway, and Joliet. It's also 40 at Chicago's Lakefront. Few spots are in the upper 30s, including Kankakee, Morris, Aurora, Woodstock, Gary, Merrillville, Valparaiso, one of the cooler spots, 37. Look at that, Benton Harbor, rain at 34. Yikes. All right, so it's raining over most of Chicagoland right now, a few gaps here and there, but you can see as you head west, things are breaking up, and in the next couple of hours, the intensity and coverage of this rain is going to be diminishing, and then we'll start to dry out at least a little bit this afternoon. Just don't expect any sunshine. I'll tell you about the next storm system and where it is headed, and also look ahead to the weekend in just a couple of minutes. Anthony, Natalie, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. A judge finds evidence of possible government misconduct in the federal case against former FBI Director James Comey. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
Chicago police are searching for a man after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train.
Yes, this happened late last night right near the Clark and Lake Street stop. Police say a 26-year-old woman got into an argument with a man. He then poured liquid on her and ignited it. One witness said he thought it might have been some kind of accelerant. She is now hospitalized in critical condition with severe burns.
Today, the U.S. House is set to take a vote that could force the Department of Justice to release everything it has on Jeffrey Epstein. After months of being against it, President Trump now says Republicans should release the files, saying it will prove that he has nothing to hide.
The city's finance committee rejecting Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax that the mayor wanted to have as a part of his budget. He wanted it approved this week, but many aldermen pushed back and instead advocated for more of a focus on cutting the spending first.
The UN Security Council has approved a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It authorizes an international stabilization force to provide security in the region and a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. Russia and China abstained in the 13-0 vote. The vote was a crucial next step for the fragile ceasefire following 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas.
But President Trump is signaling a potential U.S. crackdown on Mexican drug cartels. The president told reporters in the Oval Office Monday that he had been looking at Mexico City over the weekend. When asked about potentially striking Mexico, Trump said it would be, quote, okay with me. He says he has been speaking with the country, and the president of Mexico says she will not allow U.S. strikes inside the country.
A federal judge delivers a scathing rebuke to the Justice Department for, quote, profound investigative missteps in the case against former FBI Director James Comey. In a 24-page opinion, the judge accused prosecutors of having an
indict first, investigate
later approach to the case against Comey. The judge ordered the DOJ to release all grand jury material to Comey's legal team, saying government misconduct could lead to the dismissal of charges against him. So more to come on that.
It's 6:15. I'm looking over at the monitor next to Mike Kaplan's weather center. And there's a lot of green flying through today.
There is. We have rain pretty much area-wide right now. A few spots not getting that much, and this will be moving out of the area the next couple of hours. So let's go over to that screen that Anthony is looking at from across our studio here, and our radar is lit up. It's rain. It's all rain. There's no snow coming down out there. Let me zoom in on a couple of spots where it's raining just a little bit harder, including right over O'Hare. See a little pocket of yellow there. Pretty good downpour there. And we go from Oak Brook Terrace to Westchester, Broadview, maybe towards Elmwood Park. You've got some heavier rain. Another little pocket of heavier showers. This is probably going to be not far from Manhattan. Let's see. A little bit, yeah, right just to the west of Manhattan. There's a heavier shower south of Joliet. So it's rain, but you can see the back edge beginning to break up here as you get into Kane, Kendall, and even into northern McHenry County. So the next couple of hours, rain is going to be moving out. The cloud cover, however, is not going anywhere. 43, that was our high, happened back at midnight. Now we're stuck right around 40. Cloudy, damp, and raw. There could be a couple of sprinkles this afternoon. Tonight, temperatures stay steady, right around 40. It'll be cloudy, but dry. Look at the 7-day forecast. That Thursday-Friday system, I still think is a non-entity here. Maybe a small chance of a shower way south of Chicago on Friday. Temperatures, though, close to 50 as we go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Looking like good weather there at the Bears game at Soldier Field on Sunday afternoon. Wet pavement equals...
a lot of crashes, Mike. So many that it's hard for me to keep up with. Yeah, this is a simple graphic. You know, it shows where obviously we're seeing wet pavement, which is all around Chicagoland. So make sure you're adding some extra time for yourself as you're making your morning commute. But let's start over on our southwest side. As I said, one crash is over in the Joliet area. It's Larkin Avenue and Plainfield. Also just north of I-55 over Veterans Parkway. Over in the Bolingbrook area, there's a crash reported. And then I want to take a little closer look because we still have some buildup that's happening on the inbound side of the Eisenhower. We can officially call this crash earlier crash. It's being cleared inbound before the tri-state. Traffic starts, though, around North Avenue all the way to this spot. So keep that in mind. Also, your travel times obviously are bumping up. Those two crashes on DuSable Lakeshore Drive I mentioned at the top of the hour. One has cleared. It was northbound at 31st. This one is northbound at Chicago Avenue. It looks like crews are on scene. It should be over on the right shoulder. Not really messing with much traffic. But coming up, I'm going to give you some more crashes that are showing up now on the northwest side. We'll keep you updated with drive times and much more. I'll send it back to you, too.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. 6:18. The U.S. House is expected to vote today to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The measure has become a lightning rod for controversy on Capitol Hill, with one revelation after another involving the late financier. Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
At Capitol Hill bracing for the start of an earthquake or perhaps something far less.
It's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
To count President Trump as a skeptic on Jeffrey Epstein, the once high-flying financier who was accused of sex trafficking before he later killed himself in jail, according to authorities. The president once urged Congress to steer clear. Now he's all in, backing what's expected to be a bipartisan vote to release just about everything the Justice Department has on Epstein.
It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them.
And yesterday, former Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who also served in the Obama administration and as president of Harvard, issued a statement after it became clear he continued to communicate with Epstein. "I am deeply ashamed of my actions and recognize the pain they have caused," he wrote. And the Washington Post reports that House Democratic delegate Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands was texting back and forth with Epstein during a congressional hearing back in 2019. Democrats, meantime, point to an Epstein email saying Trump, quote, knew about the girls, although the context isn't clear and the president has denied any wrongdoing.
Donald Trump appears to have chickened out on the Epstein scandal. He's caved. It's a complete and total surrender.
Democrats say Trump only supports transparency now because his party was ready to revolt on Epstein. And the president says he would sign the measure into law.
Sure I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it.
All right, on the news, that's Doug Luzader reporting. An Indiana man is facing charges after shooting and killing a house cleaner who showed up to his house by mistake. We'll have more on that story when we come back. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday morning, everybody. A little bit soggy outside, unfortunately, to start our day. We're going to check in with Mike in just a moment. For some headlines, an Indiana man is charged with manslaughter. He is accused of shooting and killing a housekeeper who inadvertently showed up at his door. It was the wrong house. Investigators say Maria Perez and her husband were part of a cleaning crew. They went to the wrong address by mistake. Now, as they tried to put the keys in the door, Kurt Anderson shot through the door, killing Perez. Investigators now trying to figure out if the case meets the criteria for Indiana's stand your ground law. Anderson faces up to 30 years in prison if he is convicted.
A former Alaska Airlines pilot who tried to cut the engines of a passenger plane while high on psychedelic mushrooms will avoid prison time. It happened while Joseph Emerson was riding in an extra cockpit seat in 2023. Emerson pleaded guilty to federal charges this year. He has been sentenced to time served. The flight was traveling from Everett, Washington to San Francisco.
Maker of Tylenol could face legal challenges once again. The Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New York right now considering reviving hundreds of lawsuits against the company. Those cases are seeking damages after the White House claimed that there was a link between Tylenol and autism. However, researchers and doctors argue there is no scientific evidence to support those claims.
Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
I'm a doctor, and so I'm going to go where the evidence takes me. And the best evidence is a study out of Sweden with 2 million children that found no causality, no association, if you will, between taking Tylenol in pregnancy and getting autism.
Tylenol maker Kenvue also insists that there is no evidence that taking acetaminophen causes autism or ADHD.
The maker of Wegovy and Ozempic is dropping the cost of both popular drugs. The price of payments will be about $350 a month for patients who are already on the drug and paying with cash. That is down from about $500 a month. Though prices have come down, researchers say it's still difficult for many people to afford a medication that costs more than $100 a month.
All right, a man caught rushing toward Ariana Grande at a red carpet event in Singapore has been sentenced to 9 days in jail. Australian Johnson Wen rushed Grande last week during a premiere for the second installment of Wicked. Despite pleading guilty, despite apologizing, the judge there said Wen showed no signs of remorse. Wen is actually known for rushing other celebrities at public events and then posting those encounters on social media. Maybe he should be banned from those events.
I would think
going
so,
forward,
yes.
right?
Put his photo up next to the security
Exactly.
booth.
Do not let this man in.
Punishment has been handed down in the NFL. Cincinnati Bengals star wide receiver Jamar Chase has been suspended without pay for 1 game for spitting. Chase spat on Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey in the 4th quarter of their game on Sunday.
Disney just dropped the first trailer for its live-action version of Moana. '17-year-old Catherine Lagaya stars as Moana with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson back as Maui. The new film follows the same beloved story. A brave teen sets sail to save her island and her people. Moana, the live-action version, hits theaters July 10th. That'll be a big one.
It'll be a heavy rotation at my house. Mike Kaplan, I know you're a big fan as well.
Yes. Oh, I can't get enough of Moana.
He watches it on repeat. In fact, it's on repeat constantly in Mike's den.
Yep. I've got it on in the weather center right now, in between.
As long as you don't wear a coconut bra while you're watching it, I'm fine.
How do you know I don't have one on underneath? All right, we've got some rain in the area right now that's going to be moving out. I'll show you some of the rainfall totals and look ahead to the weekend. It's only Tuesday, but let's talk weekend when we come right back.
All right, 6:30 on the nose. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We appreciate you joining us.
And here's a look at some of the stories we're following for you this morning. This is so disturbing. Chicago police searching for a man who set a woman on fire while on a CTA train.
Lawmakers in the House will vote today on a bill to release files related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal is rejected by the city's finance committee.
All right, let's go over to Mike Kaplan. We are off to kind of a soggy start. Mike, I see some low-hanging clouds there, sir.
Yes, indeed. And from those clouds, we still have a little bit of rain, but it will be coming to an end in the next couple of hours from west to east. Let's have a look at the radar here, and you can see what I'm talking about. In green is where we've got rain, and it is all rain. There's no snow coming down here, but that rain still covering the majority of Chicagoland. It's kind of light stuff. But you can see the back edge beginning to break up here, so I expect that the rain, for the most part, is going to be done here within 2 hours. In terms of rainfall, so far, this is through 6 a.m., about a quarter inch. O'Hare, 1800s, a little more at Aurora, West Chicago. Waukegan, 0.22 in Valparaiso, 1300s. Valparaiso, you're going to have the rain falling longer because it's going to take a while to clear out of your area. Today, rain in the morning, ending here really in the next couple of hours. Could there be a sprinkle in the afternoon? Yes. Will most of us see that? No. However, our high has happened already. It was 43 at midnight rather. Now we're going to be stuck right around 40 degrees. The Dan Ryan looks a little soggy there, Gabriella.
It's soggy, it's stuffed, it's heavy, Mike. 35 minutes from 95th to the Burn interchange. And unfortunately, your traffic starts on the Bishop Ford and I-57 around 119th or even before that, all the way up to 95th. So you're just in traffic all the way up into the city pretty much. Let's take a look at some other drive times. We do have a crash reported near the Stevenson. It's not on the Stevenson Expressway. It's northbound Pulaski at I-55. But a full 50 minutes from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and actually the traffic starts before what's noticing here on the computer, but around LaGrange Road all the way into around Pulaski. 50 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, and it looks like the Kennedy is starting to get a little more heavy at, let's call it 40 minutes from O'Hare to downtown traffic, primarily before the junction. Those two crashes I told you about over on the northwest side, well, there's a lot of them, but these are the two I can keep up with. One is Cicero Avenue and Beach Row Avenue, and the other one is over in Des Plaines. It's Oakton Street and Maple Street. I know crews are on scene of both these instances. I'll send it back to you, too.
All right. Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. A woman is hospitalized this morning after she was set on fire on a CTA train.
It's so horrendous. Roseanne has the latest.
We don't know who she is, just that she is 26 years old and in critical condition this morning here at Stroger Hospital. Police say this happened on a Blue Line CTA train around 9:30 last night. They say the woman was involved in a verbal altercation of some kind with a man when he became physical, pouring a liquid on her and then igniting it. Police say he took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman collapsed outside the train, appearing severely burned on her face and parts of her body. She was taken by stretcher to an ambulance waiting nearby. Witnesses say it was difficult to watch.
I just saw a lady that was lying on the ground, and they were trying to give her CPR, and she looked like she was in an awful lot of pain. And I also heard somebody say that somebody may have tried to put something that was flammable on the girl, but I don't know 100%. So, but she was in really bad state.
Now, once again, this woman is in critical condition. We understand the man responsible appeared to be about 45 years old. We don't know if they have a better description or good pictures of him, but right now we do know that CPD arson detectives are investigating. Outside Stroger Hospital, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. Today, House lawmakers on Capitol Hill will vote on releasing the Epstein Files.
Checking back in with Brian Jackson here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
Well, this vote would force the Justice Department to release all of their files related to the sex offender. On Sunday night, President Trump reversed course and urged for Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of the bill in order to clear his name from any potential criminal ties with Epstein. While President Trump says he will sign the bill if it makes it to the Oval Office, right now remains unclear if it can pass in the Senate.
I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
President Trump has urged for his supporters to dismiss this matter as a Democrat hoax. He maintains he knew nothing about Epstein's crimes.
All right, Brian, thank you. The Trump administration, meantime, pushing for millions of Americans to reapply for food stamps. Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins says it's an effort to crack down on fraud. Applicants will need to supply information like work history, income, proof of citizenship. The overall process does take about a month to complete. And details on when and how people will reapply, they are still up in the air.
There's another development surrounding the Immigration Processing Center in Broadview. Mayor Katrina Thompson is declaring a civil emergency, citing serious threats made to herself and Village Hall. She says the FBI is aware of a death threat made against her back in October, and then someone who called in a bomb threat in September. The order prevented residents from attending last night's board meeting in person after a group threatened to protest there. That same group allegedly tried to storm Village Hall over the weekend.
All right, we have a positive update on the health of Reverend Jesse Jackson. He has been moved out of the ICU, but he does remain hospitalized this morning. He's been at Northwestern since last week for a neurological disorder called PSP, and that condition is related to his 2023 Parkinson's diagnosis.
The city's finance committee is rejecting Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax. The mayor wanted to have his budget approved this week, but many alder people pushed back and instead advocated for more of a focus on cutting the spending first rather than including new taxes. Mayor Johnson hoped to use that corporate head tax to help close a more than $1 billion deficit.
Ask them if they support raising property taxes in Inglewood and North Lawndale. Ask them if they support collecting a grocery tax. Ask them that. If you ask me, I guess what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you no, because I believe in being straight up with the people of the city of Chicago.
So because of the disagreement now on the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on voting on it until at least the beginning of December. Chicago police investigating a fire set outside City Hall over the weekend. They say someone set the fire Friday night and then ran off. Fortunately, the fire did not spread and no one was hurt. Police say there was some damage to the building. Authorities are suspecting arson.
Okay, now to the story of a pregnant mom who was sent home from an Indiana hospital minutes before giving birth. This story is going viral. Leon and Mercedes Wells say they captured this video after they were discharged from Franciscan Crown Point. The Wells say they called ahead and told the hospital they were in active labor. However, once they arrived, the expectant mother said she was ignored and then told to leave. And then not long after, Wells delivered her baby in the car on the expressway. Wells said she pleaded with staff, but a nurse there told her she had only dilated to 3 centimeters, even after being in labor for 6 hours.
She said doctor already gave orders. She didn't want to talk about this anymore.
The family right now is at Community Hospital in Munster. They have retained legal representation saying they don't want what happened to them to happen to anyone else. Now, Franciscan Health Crown Point has released a statement saying it's investigating, saying in part it considers the video troubling, understands the concern. The hospital says the video is just part of the information it is now seeking during an investigation.
The House has advanced a measure aimed at condemning Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia over the timing of his retirement announcement. The measure accuses Garcia of, quote, undermining the process of a fair and free election. Garcia's timing left only a crack in the door for his chief of staff to succeed him in the race. Garcia says his family's health forced his late decision. 2 Democrats broke from their party to advance the bill.
Well, it looks like Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas may be planning a run for mayor of Chicago. She mentioned her plans while appearing on our very own Chicago Live with Anita Blanton. She hasn't made a formal announcement yet, though. Pappas has served as Cook County Treasurer since 1998. We'll see.
6:40 now, and Mike is back with rain in the forecast.
Yeah, most of it is going to be done here within the next couple of hours, though. So if we can get through this morning rush, things look better for the afternoon commute. So let's talk about the headlines here. First of all, the next storm system I still think is going to miss us to the south. Today, rain at times, mainly early this morning. Cloudy but dry tonight and tomorrow. Then the Thursday and Friday system, it continues to trend well south of Chicago. I told you yesterday I was unimpressed with this thing. I'm even less impressed with it now. But it's raining here currently, 40 degrees at O'Hare with showers. An east-southeast wind actually picked up a little bit at 16 miles per hour. Wind chill 31. I mean, you step outside, it feels nasty out there with the wet stuff and that wind. But you can kind of see the back edge of the rain. Already we're kind of breaking this up. And in another couple of hours, it should be pretty much done. I can't rule out another light shower in the afternoon or a sprinkle, but that would be it. 43, that happened at midnight. The rest of this day, temperatures go nowhere, including at night. We'll have a low of 40. 45 tomorrow with a lot of cloud cover. 55 on Thursday with a few peaks of sun. Friday, I'm going to keep a 20% chance of a shower to account for the fact that if you're maybe in the Kankakee River Valley, you might get a shower. But even there, I'm unimpressed. I am impressed with a nice weekend out of the way. Temperatures running a few degrees warmer than normal. Bears at home against the Steelers, and maybe not Aaron Rodgers. We'll see. But the weather looks good there. Sunshine and 52. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. Sean Diddy Combs is facing new allegations after his sentencing. A man caught rushing toward Ariana Grande at a red carpet event is getting jail time. And the maker of Wegovy and Ozempic is dropping the cost of both popular drugs. We'll be right back.
.644, soggy start to our Tuesday as we take a look I can see the bean in the corner there. I doubt there's going to be too much tourist activity there. At least this morning, we got a couple more hours of rain to deal with.
6:45, the UN Security Council has approved a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It authorizes an international stabilization force to provide security in the region and a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. Russia and China abstained in the 13-0 vote. The vote was a crucial next step for the fragile ceasefire following 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas.
President Trump is signaling a potential U.S. crackdown on Mexican drug cartels. The president told reporters in the Oval Office yesterday that he had been looking at Mexico City over the weekend. And when asked about potentially striking Mexico, on track with the Venezuelan situation, Trump said it would be, quote, okay with me. He says he has been speaking with the country, although Mexico's president says she will not allow any U.S. strikes inside the country.
A federal judge delivers a scathing rebuke to the Justice Department for, quote, profound investigative missteps in the case against former FBI Director James Comey. In a 24-page opinion, the judge accused prosecutors of having an indict first, investigate later approach to this case against Comey. The judge ordered the DOJ to release all grand jury material to Comey's legal team, saying government misconduct could lead to the dismissal of charges against him.
Sean Diddy Combs is under investigation for new sexual assault allegations. The L.A. County Sheriff's Department is looking into claims by music producer Jonathan Hay, who says that Combs assaulted him during a 2020 photo shoot and again in 2021. Hay recently identified himself as the plaintiff in a July lawsuit against Combs. Combs already serving 4 years in a New York prison on unrelated charges. Okay, another spitting incident in the NFL leads to the suspension of one NFL superstar. We'll have more on that coming up.
It's the
Chicago police are searching for a man after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train.
This happened late last night right near Clark and Lake. Police say a 26-year-old woman had gotten into an argument with a man who then poured liquid on her and ignited it. and she is now hospitalized in critical condition. She's got severe burns.
Today, the U.S. House is set to take a vote that could force the Department of Justice to release everything it has on Jeffrey Epstein. After months of being against it, President Trump now says Republicans should release the files, saying it will prove he has nothing to hide.
The city's finance committee is rejecting Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal for 2026 over the controversial corporate head tax that the mayor wanted to have as part of his budget. He was hoping to have things approved this week, but many aldermen pushed back and instead advocated for more of a focus on cutting spending first.
6:50, and you'll have some rain to tangle with for your morning commute. But you know what the good news is, Mike Kaplan?
Tell me.
It's not snow.
Hey, there you go.
Good
Matt.
point there.
Yeah.
The lake looked a little choppy there. Did you see that? We're getting a little push of some stronger east winds right now. And that's just kind of adding to the discomfort out there. It's wet, it's chilly, and now it's windy out there. We got 40 at O'Hare, Midway to the lakefront, 41 at Waukegan, 39 at Woodstock, Aurora's Airport to 38. Excuse me, we're looking at the upper 30s across northwest Indiana, where you still have a little bit of rain to get through, but heaviest rain is done. We're probably only going to add another couple hundredths of an inch of rain the remainder of the day. We have an east wind gusting to 24 miles an hour at O'Hare. Most of Chicagoland kind of in that 10 to 15 mile per hour club, and that will be the case throughout the day. The rain, you can already see the back edge showing up. Hasn't quite crossed the city, but it's getting close. You can tell northwest Indiana, you probably have another hour and a half or so of rain, and then everything really is going to wind down. But it is raining over the Kennedy here, if I can steal a little thunder from Gabriella there. And we also have some showers across southern McHenry and Lake County, but it's all moving out. 43, that'll go in the books as the high. That happened at midnight. The rest of the day, temperatures are stuck at 40, and the rain after it ends, the cloud covers are going to still be around, just kind of damp and dreary. 45 for the high tomorrow. A lot of cloud cover. Thursday, a little bit milder, 55 degrees. The chance of rain is slim and none, and Slim is about to leave the building on Friday. Keep a 20% chance of a shower way south of Chicago in there, but this storm system is a miss. Over the weekend, looking good. Temperatures close to 50 both days. Should be nice weather there at Soldier Field when Aaron Rodgers and company come to town and the Bears beat up on the Steelers. All right, Gabriella, let's find out what
Mike,
kind of
you
impact.
better watch yourself. I don't really like all that traffic talk coming from you.
Hey, but wait, you're talking about wet weather, so there you go.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I've learned my lesson. Let's talk about what's going on. Obviously, like I said, this is a very simple graphic. It shows you where we have wet roads around our area, and that's all around Chicagoland. It looks like there's a crash on the Kennedy. Actually, it's just off the Kennedy. It's at Cicero and Berthoud, so over on our northwest side. But heavy travel times across the board. Around 50 minutes for the Kennedy, Eisenhower, and Stevenson. 35 minutes right now for the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. I want to go right over to the Illinois-Indiana border because there's a rolled over semi-truck eastbound I-80-94. It's before Torrance Avenue. All lanes are blocked on this eastbound side, and then there's also gapers delay on the westbound side if you're coming towards the city. So some alternate routes for you would be going south and probably using Rand Road, or of course using the tollway there as well. Let's talk about some other crashes that are in our system. One is on the northbound side of I-55. It's near County Line Road. You can see some of the traffic as you approach that area. Of course, the raindrops kind of in our way now, but crews are on this. At least a couple of lanes closed in that case. And lastly, one last crash eastbound I-88 past Highland Avenue. You can see that traffic as you approach the area. It's busy all around. Make sure, Anthony, that people are taking some extra time, maybe a couple 10 extra minutes, because the traffic is definitely going to deserve that.
Okay, thanks for the heads up there, Gabby. Appreciate it. Other news, an Indiana man is charged with manslaughter. He's accused of shooting and killing a housekeeper who showed up at the wrong door. Investigators say Maria Perez and her husband were part of a cleaning crew, went to the wrong address by mistake. As they tried to put the keys in the door, Kurt Anderson, the homeowner, shot through the door, killing Perez. Investigators are now trying to figure out if the case meets the criteria for Indiana's Stand Your Ground law. Anderson faces up to 30 years in prison if he is convicted. And the maker of Tylenol could soon face legal challenges once again here. The Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New York considering reviving hundreds of lawsuits against the company. And those cases are seeking damages after the White House claimed there was a link between autism and Tylenol. However, researchers and doctors argued that there's no scientific evidence to support those claims.
Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
I'm a doctor, and so I'm going to go where the evidence takes me. And the best evidence is a study out of Sweden with 2 million children that found no causality, no association, if you will, between taking Tylenol in pregnancy and getting autism.
Tylenol maker Kenvue also insists that there's no evidence that taking acetaminophen causes autism or ADHD.
The maker of Wegovy and Ozempic is dropping the cost of both popular drugs. The price of payments will be about $350 a month for patients who are already on the drug and paying with cash. That is down from about $500 a month. And though prices have come down, researchers say it is still difficult for many people to afford a medication that costs more than $100 a month.
A man caught rushing toward Ariana Grande at a red carpet event in Singapore has been sentenced to 9 days in jail. Australian Johnson Wen rushed Grande last week during a premiere for the second Wicked movie. Now, despite pleading guilty and apologizing, the judge said Wen showed no signs of remorse. And a little more context here, Wen is known for rushing other celebrities at public events and then posting the footage on social media.
Punishment has been handed down in the NFL. Cincinnati Bengals star wide receiver Jamar Chase has been suspended without pay for 1 game for spitting in this incident. Chase spat on Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey in the 4th quarter of their game on Sunday. 6:56 now. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
Everyone's driving.
President Trump says there's a new FIFA pass to fast-track visa interviews for World Cup ticket holders.
Yes, the State Department is preparing for a major increase in visa applications with more than 6 million fans expected to attend games here in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. A luxury airline based in the United Arab Emirates is planning to order dozens of new Boeing jets. This is in a multi-billion-dollar deal. Emirates says it ordered 65 new Boeing 777 planes. The airline has now placed a total of 315 orders for Boeing's wide-body jets. Company officials say the deal shows the airline's long-term commitment to its partnership with both Boeing and the U.S. aerospace industry.
United Airlines asking a federal court to dismiss a lawsuit over window seats without windows. The airline argues the term window refers to the seat's location next to the aircraft wall and not a guaranteed view outside. Passengers claim they were misled and unfairly charged, filing suits against United and Delta last August. United cites federal law limiting contract claims on airline fees, while plaintiffs seek damages in a trial scheduled for June of 2027.
Billionaire Jeff Bezos is jumping into the AI race with a new startup called Project Prometheus. It has raised more than $6 billion in funding, and the New York Times says Bezos will take on duties as co-chief executive of this new venture. The startup will build AI products for engineering and manufacturing in various fields like computers, aerospace, and cars.
Ford teaming up with Amazon to sell some of its pre-owned vehicles online. The new program allows customers to secure financing, start paperwork, and schedule a pickup time for the vehicles at participating Ford dealerships through Amazon's website. However, a final signature to seal the deal will still have to be done in person.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now in Good Day Chicago at 7 o'clock, Chicago police, they're searching for a man who set a woman on fire while on a CTA train.
Lawmakers in the House will vote today on a bill to release files related to Jeffrey Epstein.
And Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal rejected by the city's Finance Committee.
Let's take you outside and be glad you're inside at this point, because it is really wet out there at the corner of Lake and Michigan, right outside our Fox 32 studios.
Okay, we're cozy here in studio. Thank you for joining us here at 7 o'clock. Yes, soggy start to the day. How long is this rain sticking around, Mike?
You know, another hour or two, and then if there's any additional rain this afternoon, it'll be spotty and really light. So most of it is almost done, but we'll show you the radar a little bit, and it is just kind of chilly and nasty out there with temperatures that are going nowhere. We're going to be right around 40 degrees now for the rest of the day. Our high already happened. That was back at midnight. At 9 o'clock, a couple of showers are still possible, especially in northwest Indiana. But I think by noon, we're done. Just cloudy and chilly. 4 o'clock, dreary with 40 degrees like we have now. O'Hare still reporting some light rain. East-southeast winds blowing at 14 miles per hour. So it's chilly, it's windy, and it's wet. But you can kind of see the back edge of the rain breaking up here. In a little bit, it'll be done in the city. I've really given maybe another 1 to 2 hours of total residence time on our radar scope here before things wind down. You see an additional stripe of showers here across central Lake County from Waukegan, maybe west towards Volo area. And that'll be gone here in short order with temperatures holding steady under a cloudy sky. But the wet pavement has already caused a bunch of problems. Gabriella, what's the latest?
And luckily, we're seeing some of those incidents kind of slow down. We had a lot of crashes popping up both on our expressways and off our expressways in our neighborhoods. This is a look at a Rosemont camera. You can see some of that rain dissipated, as Mike was saying, slowly moving out of our area. Actually, our tollways have been looking fairly okay this morning. We had no incidents to report there. But your drive times, different story. Up to 55 minutes now on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Close to an hour here on the Eisenhower and on the Stevenson. 45 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. You're hitting traffic pretty much all the way through. Plus add at least another 20 minutes on I-57 and the Bishop Ford before you even hit 95th. Let's talk about what's happening, though, close to our Indiana-Illinois border. This is still that rolled over semi-truck I'm talking about. Eastbound I-80-94 before Torrance Avenue. That's where all lanes are blocked. On the eastbound side, there's going to be a gate delay on the westbound side as well. So all traffic is being forced off there. Obviously, you can use Rand Road or Ridge Road. I keep on saying Rand Road. Ridge Road as an alternate route to travel eastbound in this area, or of course you can use the tollway as well if you're heading out right now. It's going to save you a lot of time. I'll send it back to you, Natalie and Anthony, for now.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. 7:02. A woman is hospitalized this morning after she was actually set on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has the latest.
Yes, she's critically injured, apparently with burns to her face and body. We know she's 26 years old, but we don't yet know her name, only that she faced one terrifying experience last night. Police say that this happened on a CTA Blue Line train right around 9:30 last night. They say the woman was involved in a verbal altercation with a man, but he became physical, pouring a liquid on her and igniting it. Police say he then took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman collapsed outside that train, appearing severely burned on her face and parts of her body. She was put on a stretcher and taken to an ambulance. Witnesses say it was difficult to watch.
I was just seeing her lying on the ground, and she was kind of hyperventilating, in a lot of pain. She was really, you could tell she was really in bad shape, you know. But all the medics were down there. There was a big turnout, like, as far as responders and so forth. But outside of that, that's all they really know. You know?
Once again, that woman is in critical condition at Stroger Hospital. Police are looking for a man believed to be about 45 years old, and we know that CPD arson detectives are investigating. Outside Stroger Hospital, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Today, House lawmakers on Capitol Hill will vote on releasing the Epstein Files.
Brian is here in studio with the very latest for us. Brian?
Well, this vote would force the Justice Department to release all of its files on the sex offender. On Sunday night, President Trump reversed course and urged for Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of the bill in order to clear his name from any potential criminal ties with Epstein. While President Trump says he will sign the bill if it does make it to the Oval Office, it still remains unclear if it can pass the Senate.
I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
President Trump has urged for his supporters to dismiss this matter as a Democrat hoax. He maintains he knew nothing about Epstein's crimes.
All right, breaking news to get to here. There are reports of online service disruptions this morning. A company called Cloudflare is investigating an outage, and it's apparently causing users to get error messages on platforms like X and on Spotify. And the company says recovery has begun for some services, but heads up there.
There's another development surrounding the Immigration Processing Center in Broadview. Mayor Katrina Thompson is declaring a civil emergency, citing serious threats made to herself and Village Hall. She says the FBI is aware of a death threat made against her back in October and a bomb threat that was called in via telephone in September. The order prevented residents from attending last night's board meeting in person after a group threatened to protest there, and that same group allegedly tried to storm Village Hall over the weekend.
We have a positive update on the health of Reverend Jesse Jackson. He's been apparently moved out of the ICU. He's still hospitalized, though, this morning. He's been at Northwestern for about the last week for a neurological disorder called PSP. The condition is related to his 2023 Parkinson's diagnosis.
The City Finance Committee is rejecting Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over that controversial corporate head tax. The mayor wanted to have his budget approved this week, but many older people pushed back and instead advocated for more of a focus on cutting the spending first. Mayor Johnson hoped to use the corporate head tax to help close a more than $1 billion projected deficit.
Ask them if they support raising property taxes in Inglewood and North Lawndale. Ask them if they support collecting a grocery tax. Ask them that. If you ask me, I guess what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you no, because I believe in being straight up with the people of the city of Chicago.
Because of the disagreement on the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on voting on it until at least the beginning of December. And we've got Alderman Brian Hopkins here. After the next commercial break, we're going to talk to him about some other options for the city. The House has advanced a measure aimed at condemning Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia. This is over the timing of his retirement announcement. The measure accuses Garcia of undermining the process of a fair and free election. Garcia's timing left only a crack in the door for his chief of staff to succeed him in the race. Garcia says his family's health forced his late decision. 2 Democrats broke from their party to advance that bill. 7:07 now, and Anthony, did you have any trouble getting in this morning?
Not trouble, but I was running the wipers pretty constantly, the front ones and the back ones, Mike Kaplan, just to make sure I had a nice rear view. Are we out of the woods here? We got a couple more hours to go.
You know, there's some light rain, mainly northwest Indiana now, and there could be a sprinkle later today, but the heaviest rain's moved out of the area. But the cloud cover is going nowhere, and temperatures are going nowhere. We had our high, it was 43 degrees back at midnight. That's it. The temperature is going to stay around 40 here for maybe about the next 24 hours or so, in fact. Here you can see the rain. Still some showers in northwest Indiana over the city, a few sprinkles. Let's take a look from the shed camera here. We're seeing some pretty good chop there at the breakwater there. So we do have a gusty east wind that has developed. So in addition to it being wet, in addition to being windy, it is also chilly out there with these temperatures upper 30s to around 40. 40 at O'Hare, Midway to Lakefront. Kankakee to Woodstock, 39 degrees. 37 at Valparaiso, Michigan City, 36. And today, we've already, as I mentioned, had our high for the day. Temperatures are going to be stuck at 40 now. East winds 8 to 18. These showers, especially in the morning, if there's an additional afternoon shower, it's really going to be light and much fewer and farther in between than what we have seen overnight. Let's check out our Weather Authority Futurecast, and you can see the departure of this rain here. The afternoon hours, maybe a blip or two of green showing up, especially south. That would be it, but those clouds are going to hang pretty tough here tonight, and even tomorrow. tomorrow. It looks pretty cloudy to me. Our model's kind of insisting there could be a few breaks here and there. I'll keep my fingers crossed for that. I just think that this stratus deck, especially this time of year when the sun is lower in the sky, sometimes these clouds hang on a little bit more resiliently than what you'd ordinarily expect. But today, we're going to get rid of the rain, and these high temperatures should be right around 40 degrees now for the rest of the day. That 43 happened at midnight, with the occasional rain coming to an end very shortly. The next storm system misses us in the weekend. Looks great. I've got the 7-day in just a few.
Thank you, Mike. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with Chicago Alderman Brian Hopkins about the Finance Committee's rejection of Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal. That is next.
Welcome back. The U.S. House is expected to vote today to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The measure has become a lightning rod for controversy on Capitol Hill. Doug Luzader joins us live in Washington this morning. So, Doug, first we got to pass the House, right? And then does it get to the Senate? Does it even get called up for a vote there?
Well, we think the House is going to vote this out. I mean, that's going to be the first hurdle here. It seems as though there's enough bipartisan support to get this done. The president has given his blessing for Republicans to support this. That is setting the stage for probably an overwhelming vote in the House. The question then is, does it go to the Senate? The president is supporting that move, apparently, so this seems to kind of green-light it for Republican leaders in the Senate to bring this to a vote. We don't know when that would happen, but assuming it does and assuming it passes, the president has indicated that he would sign this into law, which would then force the Department of Justice to release everything that it can on Jeffrey Epstein. Doesn't mean we're going to see everything, and we don't know what the entirety of these files really contain. But nevertheless, this is something that a lot of folks have been pushing for a long, long time.
Yeah, and it seems like the president is saying, hey, you know, bring it on in a way. If these files in their entirety don't really reveal anything significant, if it's kind of a nothing burger, as they call it, where would that leave the Democrats?
Well, you know, they've certainly implicated that there's some kind of a cover. Many of them have implicated that there's some kind of a cover-up here involving President Trump. If that's not the case, you know, they have to kind of kick the ground and walk away on this. Now, you know, it may be that there are a lot of people embroiled with Epstein that are not necessarily guilty of anything criminal. And we saw that, for instance, Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard, former Treasury Secretary, had been in correspondence with Epstein, it turns out, even after some of these allegations came forward involving sex trafficking and so on. And Summers had to issue an apology yesterday. Now, there's no implication that he did anything criminal at all. But nevertheless, Epstein is so toxic that even associations become problematic there.
All right, Doug Luzader live in Washington. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, 7:14, sending things over to Mike Kaplan. Ooh, not much of a view. Not much of a view.
Right, the lower left-hand corner, I see something, but it's all fading away there. Yeah, quite a bit of cloud cover, even in the wake of the rain, which is, for the most part, exiting stage right. We still have a couple little light rain showers out there. This is a view from a lower camera angle where we can get underneath that cloud deck out there. Still some pretty decent chop out there on the lake. Let's talk rainfall numbers. Just got the updated totals in through 7 a.m. About a quarter inch in most places. O'Hare 0.29, Aurora 30, West Chicago 3200s, Waukegan 0.23, and in Valparaiso 0.15. Let's see where the rain is falling and where it isn't. And you can see very little on the Illinois side now, just a couple of sprinkles here and there. Still some rain for you in Lake and Porter County. This is all light rain moving off to the east. You've got rain at Cedar Lake, Crown Point, Merrillville, east of Portage, Porter, and Valparaiso. In the city, yeah, we're pretty much done. There could be a sprinkle this afternoon. That would be, I think, at most it. High temperatures today already happened back at midnight, 43. The rest of the day, temperatures are going nowhere. You're going to hover right around 40 degrees. We'll have that east wind, sustained speeds about 8 to 18 miles per hour. Check the 7-day forecast here. I remain thoroughly unimpressed with a storm system that's been hitting California. I told you yesterday I thought this thing was going to miss us to the south, and the computer models continue to scream that. So we'll go 55 Thursday. If there's a tiny chance of a shower, it would be way south of Chicago Friday afternoon. We'll go for a high of 50 degrees on Friday, 50 on Saturday. Weekend looks pretty nice. Not as warm as what we had last Saturday, but I'll take 50 this time of year with some sunshine. Good weather for the Bears game against the Steelers. Maybe in the mid-50s here to start off Thanksgiving week. Anthony Ponce taking over traffic duty, and you got a lot to talk about there.
Yeah, look at all those incidents. The good thing is that most of them are not on the inbound expressways, with the exception, if you come in on southbound Lakeshore Drive, there is an accident at Montrose, so expect a backup there. All right, let's get to your drive times this morning. Things stacking up on all the inbound expressways. 54 minutes is your inbound drive time from O'Hare to downtown on the Kennedy. It is an hour inbound on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to downtown. On the Stevenson Expressway, you're at 53 minutes between I-355 and Lakeshore Drive. And if you're coming in on the Dan Ryan, it is way backed up there. 95th to downtown, you are at 53 minutes there. I'm not seeing an accident per se, so I'm not sure what is the source of that backup. On the Metro, everything is running smoothly, and for whatever reason, the CTA, you're going to have to take your life in your hands if you're coming on the CTA, because their website is down this morning here at 7:13 a.m. Sending things over to Natalie, who's joined by a special guest.
Thank you, Anthony. A swing and a miss on Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's first test of his budget plan. The City Council's Finance Committee voted against the proposal, raising concerns about taxes. So joining me is Alderman Brian Hopkins. Thank you so much for coming in and kind of shedding some more light on this for folks.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. Yesterday was a dramatic day in the City Council.
Oh, it seemed like it. Okay, so laying it out for folks, the mayor's proposing a $16.7 billion budget. He tells the media yesterday, after this gets voted down by the Finance Committee, there's only two options. We either raise grocery taxes and property taxes, or we tax these businesses. But you think there's more than two options.
Absolutely. You just hit the whole crux of this impasse right now. There are three options. The third option is we could cut government spending. Right now, we are spending at least 40%, by some measures as much as 50% more than we were in 2019, the last budget before the pandemic. All that federal relief money came in, artificially inflated our budget. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we had it. for those times that we had it, but it's gone now. And because that funding has gone away, we have to reduce the spending and the expenses that we incurred during that period of time. This mayor simply refuses to do it. That would be the third option, and the mayor's taken it off the table, resulting in an impasse with the city council.
Have you looked at the budget as a whole, and maybe there's some things that you could propose that need to be cut? Have you seen a couple areas?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You know, they say there's no waste or inefficiency, and the budget is rife with both. We just hired Ernst & Young, a former accounting firm, and we paid them $3 million to find the waste, and they actually did a pretty good job of it. There's at least $50 to $60 million in low-hanging fruit in that document that we could implement and see those savings in the coming year. And again, for some reason, the mayor isn't really warm to that. In fact, the EY document that we were given, we believe it was actually scrubbed, that the real document had more detail in it, but they didn't want to release that publicly because the demand to make those budget cuts would have been overwhelming. So they basically redacted that document and gave us a watered-down version of it, which we're going through anyway, trying to find the value to that $3 million that we spent for experts who know how to cut budgets.
I know that's going on in tandem while we're trying to get this budget passed. The main sticking point here is this corporate head tax, which essentially for businesses in the Chicago area that have over 100 employees would tax $21 a person per month. That would give the city a new stream of revenue. We tried this, did we not? And then we decided we didn't want to keep it, and we got rid of it in 2014.
Yes, you know, it goes back to the 70s when it was implemented at a much lower rate than it is today, but it's a different world today. Companies compete for where they can go, where they can expand, where they can bring jobs.
Right.
We have to go up against other Midwestern cities, really other cities across the country. We compete with Austin all the time. Denver's another one that is always looking to steal our headquarters away from us. And this would really be counterproductive to that. We need more jobs in the city of Chicago, not less. And this would create fewer jobs at a time when we need more.
The other issue that you have brought up is that, you know, we're talking about implementing these new taxes just as we're getting our second installment property tax bills. And in many cases, they're 100% higher for some communities.
Yeah, the property tax bills that just landed in the mail today are shocking to people. It's an average 17% increase across the board, across the city, but there's pockets where it's significantly higher. I don't know how those people are going to do it. I mean, these bills are really hitting people in their pocketbook at a time when inflation is high. You know, the cost of living, groceries, rent, everything has gone up. And then you get a bill like that in the mail and you're justifiably angry.
Yes, I'm one of those people. Finally, I want to end on this note. Let's talk about safety here. So last week we had the deputy mayor in, and he was rightfully touting the reduction in crime in Chicago over the past year or so. But today we're reporting about a woman who was allegedly set on fire on a CTA train. What do you tell people who feel like more needs to be done?
Well, they're right. So much more needs to be done. In fact, the crime statistics that we're looking at do show a decline in violent crime. That's good. We should feel encouraged about that, but by no means should we take our foot off the gas. There's so much more that we can and should be doing. We're still short police officers in the city of Chicago. There's technology that's available that other cities are using to catch criminals, like the one who did this horrible thing to the woman at the L station, that we're not properly utilizing here. So there's more that can be done to continue this national trend of declining crime.
All right, Alderman Brian Hopkins, thank you for your time this morning, and we will be right back.
Fox.
UN Security Council has approved a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It authorizes an international stabilization force to provide security in the region and a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. Russia and China abstained in the 13-0 vote. The vote was a crucial next step for the fragile ceasefire following 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas. The federal immigration crackdown in North Carolina will expand to Raleigh today. Federal agents arrested more than 130 people in a sweep through Charlotte over the weekend. Raleigh Mayor Janet Cowell says the government has not told her how large or how long the operation would be. DHS has said it is focusing on North Carolina over its sanctuary city policies.
An Indiana man is charged with manslaughter, accused of shooting and killing a housekeeper who showed up at the wrong door. Investigators say Maria Perez and her husband were part of a cleaning crew, went to the wrong address by mistake, and as they tried to put the keys in the door, the homeowner there, Kurt Anderson, shot through the door, killing Perez. Investigators are now trying to figure out if the case meets the criteria for Indiana's stand your ground law. Anderson does face up to 30 years in prison if he is convicted. And a man caught rushing toward Ariana Grande at a red carpet event in Singapore. He has been sentenced to 9 days in jail. An Australian man, Johnson Wen is his name. He rushed Grande last week during a premiere for the second Wicked movie. Despite pleading guilty, despite apologizing, the judge said that Wen showed no signs of remorse. And Wen is actually known for rushing other celebrities at public events and then posting the footage on social media. All right, Mike, how we doing outside there, sir?
It's wet. 9 days for that? I mean, and fortunately, that was just, he's running to say hi as opposed to something more nefarious. Wow. All right, anyway, yes, rain moving out of the area, and I have very little chance of precipitation in the rest of the forecast, including over the weekend. I'll give you a look at that coming up.
Make the
We're so glad you're with us on this Tuesday morning. You are watching Good Day Chicago.
Here's a look at some of the stories we are following for you this Tuesday morning. House lawmakers, they are expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of the Epstein Files. Now, the president has changed his stance on the situation. He is calling for Republicans to vote on the measure, and he said Monday he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
A local mom is gaining national attention after telling Fox 32 she had to give birth on the side of the road. Mercedes Wells claims she had her baby shortly after Franciscan Crown Point Hospital forced her to leave. The hospital says the safety of patients is its top priority and that it has launched an investigation.
People who lost their SNAP funding during the government shutdown will now have to reapply. The Department of Agriculture is directing all recipients to do so to cut down on potential fraud. In Illinois, you are able to reapply online through the Department of Human Services. Now, we are following develops in a disturbing local story here. A woman was set on fire on a CTA train overnight.
Police are still searching for the person who did it. Brian Jackson joining us with more details here.
Yes, these details are very disturbing this morning. So far, we do not have a name, but we do know that she is 26 years old. And we're told that she's now fighting for her life at Stroger Hospital. Chicago police say that this incident happened on the Blue Line around 9:30 last night. Said that the woman got into an argument with a man. Things got physical when he poured a liquid on her and lit it on fire. Police said that he took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman collapsed outside the train. She was severely burned on her face and other parts of her body. Witnesses tell us it was a very difficult scene to see.
I was just seeing her lying on the ground, and she was kind of hyperventilating, in a lot of pain. She was really, you could tell she was really in bad shape, you know. But, all the medics were down there. There was a big turnout, like, as far as responders and so forth. But outside of that, that's all they really know.
Police are looking for a man believed to be about 45 years old. We're still trying to find out whether or not they have any video or description of him. But so far, arson detectives are currently investigating. Back over to you guys.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. 7:32. We want to get a check of the weather situation. Visibility hasn't improved too much since last time we checked in from this view, Mike.
Hey, wait a minute. We could only see a tiny corner before. Now I see the entire bottom of the screen there. Now, look, we have a lot of low clouds out there. The rain, for the most part, has moved out. And whatever we get for the rest of the day is going to be really sparse, light, maybe some drizzle. That would be about it coming out of this low stratus deck that we have. Still some light sprinkles at O'Hare. It's 40 degrees, and that's going to be it for the rest of the day. East to southeast winds at 16 miles per hour. So it's windy, it's chilly, and it is still damp. Here are some of the running rainfall totals. I don't think we're going to add much to these. About 1/4 to 3/10 of an inch in most locations. West Chicago in there with 0.32. Waukegan about 1/4 inch. Valparaiso, where you still have some rain coming down, 0.15 of an inch. But you can see rain really breaking up now. There's not much left to this, and other than a sprinkle here or there, we're done. 43. That happened at midnight. The rest of the day, temperatures stuck around 40. Cloudy, damp, and raw with the showers coming to an end. 7-day forecast, 45 tomorrow. Still a lot of cloud cover. Maybe a few peaks of sunshine, especially north. We'll see. Thursday, a little brighter. Still quite a bit of cloud cover, but a high of 55. 50 on Friday. This next storm system misses us to the south. If anybody gets a shower, it might be Friday afternoon in the Kankakee River Valley. That's as far north as this thing is coming. Saturday, Sunday, looking good. Not as warm as last Saturday, but I'll take a 50 this time of year with some sunshine. Good weather for the Bears game. And on Monday, maybe mid-50s here as we kick off Thanksgiving week on a somewhat warm note. Let's look at a couple of photos here. We go to Lake Dora in Florida. Where's the map? That's what I'm looking for in Lake Dora.
Lake Dora.
Uh-huh. She's the explorer, right?
Oh, yes.
Sandy Green up there giving us a lovely look at the sun going down over the Sunshine State. Pretty picture there. And our second photo, this is kind of cool. George Tamalunas. I forget whether this is George's daughter or granddaughter, but Hattie's got a frosted leaf there in the foreground. I like that. Can you see her little fingers there hanging onto that leaf? That is a cool picture there, George. I appreciate you sharing that one. And give a shout out to Hattie there if she's now able to watch our show. All right, 7:35 almost. Let's get a check of those travel times before we come back with more of Good Day.
There they are. Things stacking up out there. Allow extra time.
Thank you.
The UN Security Council is backing a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It created an international stabilization force that will provide security in the region. The U.S. says multiple countries have offered to contribute. The resolution was backed by 13 countries. Russia and China abstained from voting. The vote is a crucial next step in solidifying a fragile ceasefire following 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas.
U.S. Customs and Border Patrol says agents arrested more than 130 people during the first 2 days of their operations in Charlotte, North Carolina. And that is up from the 81 detentions that Commander Greg Bavino reported over the weekend. Federal authorities have not yet said how many have criminal records. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles says she's deeply concerned by Border Patrol action and urged the agency to, quote, conduct their work with respect.
Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson is declaring a civil emergency regarding the immigration processing center there. She cites serious threats made to herself and Village Hall. She says the FBI is aware of a death threat made against her back in October and a bomb threat that was called in via telephone in September. The order prevented residents from attending Monday night's board meeting in person after a group threatened to protest there.
Some communities here say that they are feeling a sense of relief as federal immigration agents leave the city. Business owners say they are finally starting to get more foot traffic after weeks of families being too afraid to leave their homes. Rudy Luna is the owner of El Pollo Chris Crease. He says he has been feeding families for the past month.
Most of the people that don't come is because they're afraid to come out. So those are the people that we're trying to help.
I think people are still scared. I mean, primarily because they're still going to be here. I mean, ICE is still going to be present, so people are vigilant.
To date, more than 100 Chicago businesses have donated food to Rudy's effort. It has fed more than 5,000 families.
Cook County homeowners dealing with another spike in their property tax bills. And the burden appears to be shifting more toward black neighborhoods. Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas released a report saying the tax burden has moved away from the Loop, where commercial property values have dropped. West Garfield Park saw the biggest jump of a 133% increase. North Lawndale and Inglewood also saw some of the largest spikes. More than 80% of Cook County homeowners saw their tax bills rise this year. Now, there was a delay in property tax bills even being sent out this year because of a technology upgrade.
A New York Court of Appeals is considering reviving hundreds of lawsuits against Tylenol's parent company called Kenvue. The lawsuits allege a link between Tylenol and autism in children. They were originally tossed out last year. However, after an announcement from the Trump administration in September, the plaintiffs are challenging that ruling. It is unclear if the court's decision could affect Kimberly-Clark's acquisition of Kenvue, worth roughly $48 billion.
7:40 now here on Good Day Chicago. We got a lot planned for you on this Tuesday morning. Here's a look at what's coming up at 8 and 9. It is 7:44, and we are following a developing story this morning.
Yes, a 26-year-old woman is right now hospitalized after police say a man set her on fire on a CTA train. This apparently happened on the Blue Line right near Clark and Lake. In the loop, officers say the woman and a man got into an argument, then he poured a liquid on her, then set her on fire. They say the man ran off when the train stopped. The woman is severely burned. She is fighting for her life this morning, and police are still searching for the man who did it.
House lawmakers expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of its files on the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The president changed his stance on the situation and called for Republicans to vote on the measure. He said Monday he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
And some positive news in Reverend Jesse Jackson's health battle. His family says he is going to be moved out of the ICU, but he will continue to receive care at Northwestern. He has been there since last week for a neurological disorder called PSP, and that condition is related to his 2013 Parkinson's diagnosis.
Let's give you a live look outside, and it is still a wet one out there to start us off this Tuesday, but Mike says that rain should be tapering off.
Yeah, it's doing so as we speak. A couple of sprinkles will be possible throughout the day, but I really think, the lion's share of the rain is done. But it's cool, it's damp, it's raw out there, kind of breezy. These temperatures are going nowhere for the rest of the day. Our high happened at midnight. 40 now at O'Hare Midway, 38 at Chicago Heights and Merrillville, Woodstock 39, DeKalb 38, LaSalle, Peru, here the hot spot where it is 42 degrees. A little bit windy out there as well. We're looking at some gusts in the 10 to 20 mile an hour range. A little while ago, O'Hare had a 24 mile per hour gust. I think that'll be the exception and not the rule. Bulk of the rain moving out of northwest Indiana right now. You see a couple little spits here and there. That's going to be the case for the rest of the day. The main storm system is out of here, but the cloud cover is going to remain rather stubborn, not only today, but also tomorrow. Put 100% chance of rain because it rained, okay? 45 degrees tomorrow, 55 Thursday. Again, this Thursday-Friday system, it's a nothing burger. 50 on Friday. If anybody gets rain in our viewing area, it would be Friday late in the day south of the Kankakee River. Otherwise, no. Saturday, Sunday, beautiful days, some sunshine, not as warm as last Saturday, but I'll take some sun and 50, and good weather for the Bears game. Monday, kicking off Thanksgiving week, 55 degrees under partly sunny skies.
Not bad.
Back to you
Not
both.
bad.
All right, thank you, Mike. Sean Diddy Combs under investigation for new sexual assault allegations.
The L.A. County Sheriff's Department now looking into claims by music producer Jonathan Hay, who says Combs assaulted him during a 2020 photo shoot and again in 2021. Hay recently identified himself as the plaintiff in a July lawsuit against Combs. This investigation comes as Combs is serving a 4-year prison sentence for unrelated charges.
Punishment handed down in the NFL. Cincinnati Bengals star wide receiver Jamar Chase has been suspended without pay for 1 game for spitting. Chase spit on Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey in the 4th quarter of their game on Sunday against the Steelers.
Cambridge Dictionary has crowned parasocial as its 2025 word of the year. This is defined as, quote, involving or relating to a connection that someone feels between themselves and a famous person or character they do not know. An example it used was the excitement fans showed when they discovered Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce were going to get married. Meantime, dictionary.com revealed 6'7".
Oh, God.
As its 2025 word of the year.
Oh!
Is Olive too young to be saying that, or does she say it
all the time? It's
okay,
like,
because my
Mommy,
9-year-old always says it.
Yeah, Mommy, I have something to tell you. 6'7".
Yeah.
All right, the Metropolitan Museum of Art is unveiling the 2026 Met Gala theme. And it's not very clever, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Costume art. That is the theme. The curator of the Costume Institute, Andrew Bolton, says the exhibit will pull from different parts of the Met's collection, including drawings, paintings, and sculpture. The co-chairs have not yet been announced.
Okay, well, some incredible news to report from the Paws Chicago Fur Ball, everybody, where everybody looked pretty. Look at that handsome couple there. The organization says the annual event on Friday raised a record $2.1 million.
Yes.
Nat, nice job. I know you're a huge part of this. Paws Chicago helps provide medical care, recovery, and, of course, second chances for the city's most vulnerable pet pets. The organization says it is on track to find homes for almost 5,000 cats and dogs this year. Jake Hamilton and Sylvia Perez emceed the fur event. You were involved as well,
yeah,
right?
So I emceed with Fred from Kiss FM. We were in a different ballroom.
Okay.
But there was like this really exciting announcement from Paws Chicago. They are opening a pet ranch.
A pet ranch.
Adoption ranch in the northwest suburbs.
Cool.
So they kind of made that announcement. Everyone was like, oh, you know, and so I assume that contributed to the historical fundraising.
That is
amount.
really
People
cool.
really wanted to chip in and help
I can't wait
out.
to get stories done from that ranch. See what that's all about. Sounds like they got a little more space than being inside a shelter. That's great. And this morning, Jake, speaking of, is helping us get ready for one of the most anticipated movie sequels of the year.
Wicked for Good will open later this week, and you could say that Jake clicked his heels 3 times, and that made him live at a new exhibit to take you straight to Oz. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. And if you're going to click any heels, you might as well click those, right, guys? It is an exhibit that is going to change you for good. We are live out here in River North at the Treehouse Museum. It's called The Land of Oz Beyond the Page. It's an incredible new exhibit that really showcases through some pretty incredible artifacts that journey that the story of the Wizard of Oz made from, of course, L. Frank Baum's classic novel, a series of novels, really, which have such a great Chicago connection and made that journey, of course, to that classic, that, dare I say, perfect 1939 Judy Garland film, of course, The Wizard of Oz. This new exhibit features so many different artifacts that were really consequential in the film. We're going to be taking you throughout this place all morning long. You don't want to miss it. It's open now, runs through March 15th. We're going to be telling you everything you need to know to come out here, take a look at pieces of not just film history. There are some pieces of things from film, guys, that I think are so important in the world of pop culture that they transcend pop culture history, film history, to just human history. I think a lot of the artifacts out here do just that. Of course, they are very much capitalizing on the fact that everyone, original scripts, guys, when you look at some of the weathered pages of L. Frank Baum's novel, which, remember, is home right here in Chicago. We talked about this last year. So much of the Emerald City was basically modeled on the city of Chicago during the World's Fair. It's not just one of the biggest stories in pop culture right now. It ties right back here to Chicago. So we're going to be taking you inside the Land of Oz Beyond the Page at the Treehouse Museum. You're going to want to see it. Guys, for some reason, as I toss it back to you in the studio, I tried explaining to them, you know, I like my live shots to be interactive. I want to touch things. I want to feel things. And for some reason, they wouldn't let me put them on. And I said, listen, we've got 3 live hits. By the end of the morning, I'm putting those babies on.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what happens. Either it's going to be the best live shot ever, or I'll be arrested.
Yeah, because nobody wants to see that more than anything else. Jake and Ruby Slippers.
Thank you, sir.
Speak for yourself, Bomke.
Okay, we are going to check traffic right now. There's something glitchy with the computer. Those zeros are all wrong, but the red is correct. It is a mess out there this morning, everybody, especially on the Dan Ryan. 3 left lanes are blocked on the inbound side. This is right near Roosevelt Road, and the backup goes miles south. At last check, inbound times between 95th and downtown on the Dan Ryan were nearly an hour, and all in the red on the Kennedy, the Eisenhower, and the Stevenson. So allow plenty of extra time if you still can at 7:53. We'll be right back with more Good Day right after this.
So you only check.
The State Department preparing for a major increase in visa applications, with more than 6 million fans expected to attend games here in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada for the World Cup.
A luxury airline based in the United Arab Emirates is planning to order dozens of new Boeing jets, jumbo jets, and multi-billion-dollar deals here. Emirates says it ordered 65 new Boeing 777 planes. The airline has now placed a total of 315 orders with Boeing's wide-body jets company. Officials say the deal shows the airline's long-term commitment to its partnership with both Boeing and the U.S. aerospace industry.
And United Airlines asking a federal court, what do you think of this, to dismiss a lawsuit over window seats without windows. The airline argues the term window refers to the seat's location next to the aircraft wall, not a guaranteed view outside. Passengers claim they were misled and unfairly charged, filing suits against United and Delta last August. United cites federal law limiting contract claims on airline fees, while plaintiffs seek damages in a trial scheduled for June of 2027.
Billionaire Jeff Bezos is jumping into the AI race with a new startup he is calling Project Prometheus. It has raised more than $6 billion in funding, and the New York Times says Bezos will take on duties as co-chief executive of this new venture. The startup will build AI products for engineering and manufacturing in various fields like computers, aerospace, and cars.
Ford teaming up with Amazon to sell some of its pre-owned vehicles online. The new program allows customers to secure financing, start their paperwork, and schedule a pickup time for the vehicles at participating Ford dealerships through Amazon's website. However, a final signature to seal the deal will still have to be done in person.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Developing right now at 8. We are live at O'Hare as Senator Dick Durbin prepares to meet with air traffic controllers following the government shutdown.
Plus, we are following the growing search for a man who set a woman on fire on the Blue Line. This is an absolutely horrific story. We're going to tell you the latest about her condition this morning.
And also a paramedic who responded to the Tinley Park Lane Bryant murders is in studio. The new documentary, they hope, will help solve the mystery.
And it is a very rainy start for Tuesday morning. Look at that pavement there. Caitlin is tracking when things will dry up. As we wish you good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning as we creep up on 8 a.m. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning.
Hi. How was your commute in?
You know, I took the toll road.
Okay.
Took the toll road. If it's dark and it's rainy, no bueno. Had to, take the faster route. And from your maps here, the traffic maps, no surprise, it's a mess. It's a mess out there. Luckily, we're heading into a dry period, but we're holding on to the chance for rain on and off throughout the day. Right now, you can see from our Shut Aquarium camera, it is cloudy. The waves are crashing there. We could see gusts today up to about 20 miles per hour in Chicagoland. As mentioned, though, that rain, it's starting to move out. For now, you can see the regional view. Still a few showers around, especially in Porter County and LaPorte County, just north of downtown. Really over the city, we have some light rain showers, but Evanston, a better amount of rain coming down for you right now. LaSalle County, an isolated shower here or there. Holding on to that chance for rain and the clouds. Temperatures are going to be pretty steady this afternoon, even in the 40s. I'm talking about around 40. Most of the day being in the 30s, I expect, around Chicagoland. In our 3-day forecast tomorrow, it's going to be another cloudy one, dry, but temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. Thursday, back to the 50s, and a small chance for some wet weather to end the week. I'll show you that ahead.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. We're following developments. A really disturbing story this morning. A woman was set on fire on a CTA train overnight.
Police are still searching for the person who did it. Brian Jackson joining us now with more details. Brian?
Well, so far we do not have a name of the victim here, but we do know that she is 26 years old, and we're told that she's currently fighting for her life at Stroger Hospital. Chicago police said that this all happened on the Blue Line around 9:30 last night. They said that the woman got into an argument with a man. Things then turned physical when he poured a liquid on her and lit it on fire. Police say that he took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman then collapsed outside of the train. She was severely burned on both her face and other parts of her body. Witnesses tell us that it was very difficult to see.
I was just seeing her lying on the ground, and she was kind of hyperventilating, in a lot of pain. She was really, you could tell she was really in bad shape, But all the medics were down there. There was a big turnout, like, as far as responders and so forth. But outside of that, that's all they really know. You know?
Police are now looking for a man believed to be about 45 years old. We're still trying to find out whether or not they have any video or description of him, but arson detectives are currently investigating. Natalie?
Ryan, House lawmakers expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of its files on the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The president changed his stance on the situation and called for Republicans to vote on the measure. He said Monday he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
All right, we're following some breaking news. A major online outage is affecting all kinds of websites like X, Spotify, and ChatGPT. We actually had some outages in our traffic computer here. The CTA's website is down at last check here, so who knows if this is related, but the company Cloudflare is investigating this outage. It says recovery has begun for some services.
The story of a pregnant mother sent home from an Indiana hospital minutes before giving birth is going viral. Leon and Mercedes Wells say they captured this video after they were discharged from Franciscan Crown Point. The Wells say they called ahead. They told the hospital they were in active labor. But once they got there, the expectant mother said she was ignored and told to leave. Shortly after, Wells delivered her baby in the car on the expressway. She says she pleaded with the staff, but a nurse told her she had only dilated to 3 centimeters, even after 6 hours of labor.
She said doctor already gave orders. She didn't want to talk about this anymore.
The family is at Community Hospital in Munster now, and they have hired an attorney saying they don't want what happened to them to happen to anyone else. Franciscan Health Crown Point released a statement saying in part it considers the video troubling and understands the concern. The hospital says the video is just part of the information it is looking at during an investigation.
We do have some positive news in Reverend Jesse Jackson's health battle. His family says he is going to be moved out of the ICU, but will continue to receive care at Northwestern, where he's been since last week, for a neurological disorder called PSP. This condition is related to his 2013 Parkinson's diagnosis.
People who lost their SNAP funding during the government shutdown will have to reapply for benefits. The Department of Agriculture is directing all recipients to do so to cut down on potential fraud. In Illinois, you are able to reapply online through the Department of Human Services. The city's Finance Committee has shot down Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax.
Yes, the mayor wanted his budget for 2026 approved this week. Many aldermen pushed back, though, so instead advocating they are for more of a focus on cutting spending first. Mayor Johnson says he hoped to use the corporate head tax to help close a more than $1 billion projected deficit.
Ask them if they support raising property taxes in Inglewood and North Lawndale. Ask them if they support collecting a grocery tax. Ask them that. If you ask me, guess what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you no, because I believe in being straight up with the people of the city of Chicago.
All right, because of the disagreement over the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on the vote until the beginning of next month.
The House has advanced a measure aimed at condemning Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia over the timing of his retirement announcement. The measure accuses Garcia of undermining the process of a fair and free election. Garcia's timing left only a small crack in the door for his chief of staff to succeed him in the race. Garcia says his family's health forced his late decision. 2 Democrats broke from their party to advance the bill.
Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas is planning on running for mayor of Chicago. She mentioned her plans while appearing on Chicago Live, but she hasn't made a formal announcement yet. Pappas has served as Cook County Treasurer since 1998.
Listen to this. All right, the Big Ten may be getting too big for its own good. The University of Michigan reportedly considering leaving the conference over a capital investment plan that the league is pursuing. Michigan Live reporting a Michigan regent made the threat. The $2.4 billion proposal would create a separate entity called Big Ten Enterprises. A pension fund would use it to market the teams and create extra revenue. The deal calls for giving millions to each of the 18 schools, but it would bind them together for decades. No one is happier about this than my husband, who went to Michigan State and cannot
get him out of the
Michigan.
Get him out of the conference.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're always so good, too.
I know.
All right.
My mom went to Michigan.
Did she? She's very bright. Yes.
She is very smart.
Yes.
Very smart. Yes. This morning, it is cloudy. We've got rain. It's a little bit chilly. It's also a little windy. Not the best. It's not the best.
The best.
All right. But things have been improving over the past hour. The rain starting to decrease throughout Chicagoland. Just a few spots with some wet weather, like over Evanston and also northwest Indiana, LaPorte County, Berrien County, and southwestern Michigan. You have some light rain. We're not done with the rain, even though we are getting this bit of a break right now. We have that potential on and off throughout the day. Temperatures right now are sitting in the upper 30s and low 40s. This is really where we're going to be throughout the afternoon. Highs were already hit this morning, low 40s, and through the day, we're going to see the good mix of upper 30s to about 40 degrees. Now, talking about the wind, we do have those gusts currently at 15 to 20 miles per hour. That's going to continue throughout the day as well. So from our live cameras, you can see those high waves. No surprise. Wind chill. What does it feel like outside? Closer to around freezing. So it feels like 33 at the lakefront, freezing in Aurora, 30 in DeKalb, northwest Indiana, feeling like 28 degrees in Valpo. So that's what I mean by it's a little bit uncomfortable. 40 degrees, yes, but with that wind feeling like the 30s. We'll take a look at your full forecast, including when the 50s and dry skies return ahead.
Thank you, Caitlin. Coming up, we're live in Washington, D.C. The new revelations about Jeffrey Epstein's emails as lawmakers prepare a vote to release all of them.
Yes, but first we are talking with one of the first responders who responded to the mass shooting in Tinley Park that left 5 women dead. We're going to interview him about what he saw inside that Lane Bryant location nearly 18 years ago. This is all in anticipation of the release of a documentary about the whole investigation, which is going to be released early next year. That's next.
And we've got more weather on the way, but first, here is your 7-day forecast.
Dad, it's really cold in here.
Yeah, I think the furnace is out again.
Dad, the toilet's backed up again. Dad, power's out downstairs.
Great. Heating, plumbing, electrical all at once.
Lucky us. Dad, just call Four Seasons. They can fix everything. Your trusted local experts.
Whether it's heating, plumbing, or electric, call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
It is 8:10 now this morning. We are following a developing story.
A 26-year-old woman is in the hospital after police say a man set her on fire on the Blue Line. This happened right near the Clark and Lake stop in the Loop. Officers say the woman and the man had gotten into an argument, and then he poured a liquid on her and then set her on fire. They say the man ran off when the train stopped. That woman is severely burned. She is fighting for her life in the hospital this morning, and police are still searching for the man responsible.
House lawmakers expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of its files on the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The president changed his stance on the situation and called for Republicans to vote on the measure. He said Monday he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
Some positive news in Reverend Jesse Jackson's health battle. His family says he is going to be moved out of the ICU. He will continue to receive care, though, at Northwestern, where he's been for about the last week for a neurological disorder called PSP. The condition is related to his 2013 Parkinson's diagnosis.
8:11 now. Let's give you a live look outside. Kind of gloomy out there on this Tuesday, but luckily things are going to be clearing up.
Yes, indeed. Caitlin, how long do we have before this rain clears out?
Tomorrow's going to be dry. Today we're holding on to that chance for some rain. Right now we're kind of getting into a lull of wet weather, but I will say this, at least temperatures are in the upper 30s and low 40s, meaning we've got rain instead of snow, so we'll take it. Behind me, you can see radar loop indicating what I was just saying. We have drier skies now over Chicago. Definitely cloudy. You still could see some drizzle that's not even showing up on radar. But the bulk of the rain now is moving over Evanston, shortly out over Lake Michigan there. LaPorte County, Berrien County, you have some light rain showers too. Let's take a look at our futurecast. So I mentioned how we're holding on to the potential for wet weather throughout the day. A break now, but as we get to late morning, early afternoon, more rain, especially south of the city. Temperatures hovering in the upper 30s and low 40s today. And then we get into tonight when drier weather does return. Tomorrow is going to be a cloudy day. So even though I do expect dry conditions for your Wednesday, we are going to be fighting with the cloud cover. And temperatures you can see during the day in the 40s. It's 4:45 tomorrow afternoon, and we are sitting around 45 degrees. And then we work our way into Thursday, where we have a small chance for some wet weather. We might miss out on the rain altogether, which would be great. Either way, it's going to be a mild day. 56 degrees expected to be our high on Thursday. Friday, 51, and then right around 50 on Saturday. Small chance again for some rain Friday afternoon into Friday night. And then we have sunshine back with low to mid 50s Sunday and Monday. Anthony.
All right. Thank you so much, Caitlin. This is a true crime that rocked the Chicago area. Now we are almost 18 years from when it happened, but a new documentary that is set to be released in February is hoping to shine light on the unsolved Lane Bryant murders that happened in Tinley Park. And we are joined this morning here in studio by the director of the documentary, Charlie Min, and Kevin Collins. She is a paramedic who was on shift that day. He was one of the first responders into the store. He's going to be a part of the film. So, gentlemen, thank you, first of all, for being here, taking time for us. We really appreciate it. We have talked to you before, so I'm going to start this morning with Kevin. Can you just run us through, first of all, what you remember when you got there, what you saw?
Unfortunately, I remember everything. I can talk to you for the next 10 minutes. I don't think we have that kind of time. I wasn't really supposed to be on this call. I was supposed to be doing something else. I got brought into this call because the urgency of getting people on scene. And I was brought into the scene not knowing that it was an active shooting situation. And my paramedic kicked in and I just did what I had to do, which unfortunately wasn't enough by no means.
So in terms of your interview, can you give us a little taste of, you know, what you told Charlie and your role in the upcoming film?
I just want to bring the story forward because so many people down there in Tinley Park and around in the Chicago area don't know what happened. They're not familiar with the story that happened. And people like this have a tendency to boast and they have a tendency to say something. If everybody doesn't know what's going on, they can boast and somebody just thinks they're making a story. If we bring the story forward for these victims and for the families, and we bring it forward and somebody puts something together and brings that one clue that we need, that one hint we need to close it, That's what we're trying to do, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I hope I addressed the question good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie, get us updated on the status of this project.
Yeah, we've interviewed first responders like Kevin, family members who were victimized, and also Lane Bryant employees who worked at that store at the time of the murders.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I need desperately, and I'm asking Thomas Tilton, the police chief, is to talk to me. This is a decorated law enforcement official who has spent 26 years with Secret Service. He's won numerous awards. I'm asking Thomas Tilton, please talk to me. Make documentary filmmakers your friend. Make podcasters your friend, because social media can solve this thing. And unfortunately, for whatever the reason, Tinley Park PD, they have been very aloof about this whole thing with the media. We need chatter. We need people talking. We need awareness. Let's underline the word awareness 10,000 times. And I'm pleading with him and the public to come forward, hit the website, thetinley5.com. That's the number 5. For thoughts and ideas. And I know this is dear to your heart, Anthony, because you covered it.
Side note, my first day as a reporter to Chicago was a weekend, because this was a Saturday, right? Or
Saturday,
okay, it was a
morning.
Saturday. I was the weekend reporter, you know, when we first got assigned. And yeah, I remember arriving some hours later, but the full response was in full force. Charlie, what are your intentions with this film?
Gosh, to solve this for the families and the community. The one victim that really sticks with me is Connie Woolfolk. She's the one on the upper left there on your screen. She fought back that day. You talk about excessive guts, ladies and gentlemen. Connie Woolfolk fighting back at gunpoint.
Was she the one who's heard on audio saying, when the shooter, who's believed to be a shooter, said, "Don't try to be a hero"?
No, that was
Rhoda McFarlane.
Rhoda McFarlane, another hero, by the way. She was a store manager who could have escaped, but she stuck around and made that dramatic 911 call to save others.
Yeah.
And again, as Kevin said, I don't think people know all these stories of heroism.
Yeah.
I mean, Connie Woolfolk, like I said, she fought back at gunpoint. She had bruises on her face, and she had evidence under her fingernails because she was struggling with the killer.
You're brave to do these interviews, Kevin. Real quick before we go, how has this impacted you personally? This particular
I've
incident?
lived this story over thousands of times in my head over 18 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's and the weeks and months following, I did a video and put it out on YouTube just to put awareness out. I was doing much like what Charlie's doing at a much better level Charlie is than I would.
It is one of those head scratchers that continues to just haunt folks. You know, it's been almost 2 decades here. All right, Charlie and Kevin, thank you so much for joining us here in studio. We appreciate your time. One more reminder for folks, Charlie, where do they go to check out the trailer, and what do you want them to know about the film?
Thetinley5.com. That's the number 5. And this is the largest unsolved mass shooting in modern-day America right now.
Okay. We appreciate what you guys are both doing. Thank you so much. It's 8:18. We've got a busy show coming up. After the news on Chicago, now this year actually marks 20 years of Elf on the Shelf. We're talking with the people who created this tradition about how it all got started. Also, if you think you're snagging a good price on Black Friday, you might want to think again. We're going to speak with a consumer expert. She's going to tell us about some of the deceiving tactics that we're going to want to avoid on Black Friday. Plus, he turned slinging hot dogs at Wrigley Field into a career making viral TikToks. Jonah Fialco is going to join us in studio. All that and much more starting at 10 a.m. We will be right back.
Save on
Welcome back. We are following new fallout from the government shutdown here. Senator Dick Durbin plans to meet with air traffic controllers at O'Hare today.
Roseanne Tejas is live at the big airport now. Hi, Roseanne.
Good morning. Yes, we're at Terminal 2. The senator is expected to arrive momentarily. He actually plans to fly out and head back to D.C. today. But while he's here, he's taking an opportunity to thank all of the air traffic controllers for their hard work during the government shutdown. Now, you may recall Durbin was one of only 8 Democratic senators who voted to end the government shutdown. And while air traffic controllers are back at their posts now, the airlines are really pressing lawmakers to make sure this doesn't happen again. They want to ensure controllers are paid if there were to be another shutdown. Otherwise, it could greatly hamper efforts to hire new controllers, and they are sorely needed. Millions of people were impacted during that last government shutdown. So again, right now we're just waiting in the terminal with a couple of other media crews. We understand the senator may go back behind those doors and meet with a big group of controllers, but we expect to see some controllers, hopefully, with him out here. I believe there are some fancy donuts involved and a little reception, along with a big pat on the back from Senator Durbin. So we will let you know when things get rolling here at O'Hare. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you. Keep us posted. Appreciate it. All right, this is something we've been talking about all morning as well. The U.S. House is expected to vote today to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The measure has become a lightning rod for controversy on Capitol Hill, with one revelation after another involving the late financier. Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
At Capitol Hill, bracing for the start of an earthquake or perhaps something far less.
It's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
To count President Trump as a skeptic on Jeffrey Epstein, the once high-flying financier who was accused of sex trafficking before he later killed himself in jail, according to authorities. The president once urged Congress to steer clear. Now he's all in, backing what's expected to be a bipartisan vote to release just about everything the Justice Department has on Epstein.
It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them.
And yesterday, former Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who also served in the Obama administration and as president of Harvard, issued a statement after it became clear he continued to communicate with Epstein. "I am deeply ashamed of my actions and recognize the pain they have caused," he wrote. And the Washington Post reports that House Democratic delegate Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands was texting back and forth with Epstein during a congressional hearing back in 2019. Democrats, meantime, point to an Epstein email saying Trump, quote, knew about the girls, although the context isn't clear and the president has denied any wrongdoing.
Donald Trump appears to have chickened out on the Epstein scandal. He's caved. It's a complete and total surrender.
Democrats say Trump only supports transparency now because his party was ready to revolt on Epstein. And the president says he would sign the measure into law.
Sure I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it.
Doug Luzader joins us live now from Washington. And Doug, you know, let's say the House signs off on this, the Senate signs off, the president signs it. We could still see like a heavily redacted amount of documents, right? So we may not learn anything from this, even if it is released.
Well, yeah, I mean, there will be some, assuming there is a release, there will be some redactions. Victims' names and so on will have to be redacted, of course. But beyond that, it may be, if this does, in fact, pass the House today, which seems likely, and if it goes on to the Senate, that's a question right now. And the Justice Department then would be charged with releasing this information, and they may argue that there's an ongoing investigation, and they can't release some of it. So there are still a lot of steps here along the way, even if this vote affirms the position that these documents should be released, and that right now does seem likely.
Okay. All right. Doug Luzader in Washington for us. We appreciate it as always, sir.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Well, it's the season of giving and breaking budgets. I don't think I know anyone who can stick to a budget for their holiday gifts. Money expert Andrea Warrock joins us. She's going to break down how to build a spending plan that you'll actually stick to during the holidays. Caitlin?
Today, it's cloudy. A good day to do some holiday shopping, maybe online. We have some scattered showers in the forecast, a gusty wind. We'll take a look at your full outlook, including where we could see a few thunderstorms today and when the 50s return ahead. First, though, it's 8:27. We are checking in with Gabby to see what she's getting into this morning.
You know what? I know that this turkey is going to be really good because look at all that butter. Good job there. We're at the Chicago High School for Agricultural Sciences. This is the 13th annual Farm to Table Thanksgiving dinner, and it is getting all prepped up right now. I'm telling these girls, hey, what a great life experience to know that you're getting this turkey in high school, learning it before you have to grow old and put a turkey dinner together yourself. So we're going to be talking with some students here and some past students about what to expect.
Fox 30.
Good morning, everybody. 8:30 on your Tuesday. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Here's some of the headlines we're following for you. A local mom is gaining national attention after telling Fox 32 she had to give birth on the side of the road. You got to hear this story. Mercedes Wells claims she had her baby shortly after Franciscan Crown Point Hospital forced her to leave. The hospital says the safety of patients in response, they say the safety of patients is its top priority and that it has launched an investigation.
The University of Michigan is reportedly considering leaving the Big Ten over the league's proposed $2.4 billion private capital deal. Michigan Live reports that a Michigan regent made the threat here. The The proposal would create a separate entity called Big Ten Enterprises. It calls for giving millions to each of the 18 schools, but would bind them together for decades.
People who lost their SNAP funding during the government shutdown will have to reapply for benefits. The Department of Agriculture is directing all recipients to do this to cut down on potential fraud. Here in Illinois, you are able to reapply online through the Department of Human Services.
We're also following developments in a disturbing local story. A woman was set on fire on a CTA train overnight.
Police are still searching for the person who did this, and Brian Jackson joins us now with more details. Brian?
Well, so far we do not have a name for the victim, but we do know that she is 26 years old, and we're told that she's currently fighting for her life at Stroger Hospital. Chicago police say that this happened on the Blue Line around 9:30 p.m. last night. They say that the woman got into an argument with the man. Things then took a turn when he poured a liquid on her and then lit her on fire. Police said he took off when the train stopped at Clark and Lake. The woman collapsed outside the train, and she was severely burnable for face and other parts of her body. Witnesses tell us it was very difficult to see.
I was just seeing her lying on the ground, and she was kind of hyperventilating, in a lot of pain. She was really, you could tell she was really in bad shape, you know. But, all the medics were down there. There was a big turnout, like, as far as responders and so forth. But outside of that, that's all they really know.
Police are now looking for a man believed to be about 45 years old. We're still trying to find out whether or not they have any video or description of him, but arson detectives are currently investigating. Natalie?
Brian, House lawmakers expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of its files on the accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The president did change his stance on the situation and called for Republicans to vote on the measure. He said Monday he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
Some positive news in Reverend Jesse Jackson's health battle. His family says he is going to be moved out of the ICU. He will, however, continue to receive care at Northwestern, where he's been since last week. A neurological disorder called PSP is behind this. It's a condition related to his 2013 Parkinson's diagnosis.
The city's finance committee has shot down Mayor Brandon Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax.
Yeah, they didn't like that. The mayor wanted his budget approved this week. Many aldermen pushed back on it. Instead, they're advocating for more of a focus, at least initially, on cutting spending. Mayor Johnson says he hoped to use the corporate head tax to help close a more than $1 billion projected budget deficit.
Ask them if they support raising property taxes in Inglewood and North Lawndale. Ask them if they support collecting a grocery tax. Ask them that. If you ask me, I guess what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you no, because I believe in being straight up with the people of the city of Chicago.
Because of the disagreement over the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on voting until the beginning of December.
The House has advanced a measure aimed at condemning Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia over the timing of his retirement announcement. The measure accuses Garcia of undermining the process of a fair and free election. Garcia's timing left just a crack in the door for his chief of staff to succeed him in the race. Garcia says his family's health forced his late decision. Two Democrats broke from their party to advance the bill.
Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas looks like she is planning a run for mayor of Chicago. She mentioned those plans while appearing on Chicago Live with our very own Anita Blanton yesterday. She hasn't made a formal announcement yet. It's not official, but Pappas has served as Cook County Treasurer since 1998.
8:35, and we want to take a live look outside. A little gloomy out there today, but things are going to be turning around, right, Caitlin?
That's right. We have a little bit of a break in the wet weather throughout Chicagoland currently. I wanted to show you the big picture because we had some moderate to heavy rainfall earlier this morning, slowing traffic. And now as we take a closer look at our radar, you can see over the city, no green is showing up. Now, it's not out of the question that you have some drizzle here or there. But as far as the rain goes, we had that little bit of rain moving over Evanston, now out over Lake Michigan, and as we round the lake in a northwest, mild. 6 degrees warmer at the lakefront compared to yesterday at this time. 7 degrees warmer at O'Hare, to Joliet, but it's a little bit gusty. Winds are sitting, temperatures are sitting in the upper 30s and low 40s. Winds today will be around 15 to 20 miles per hour at times. Temperatures, as mentioned, we are going to be below normal. Typically, we should be at 48. Instead, we're going to be in the low to mid 40s. Tonight, we're dropping back down to the upper 30s and low 40s. And tomorrow, we're looking at a cloudy but dry day as temperatures return to the 40s. Here's your futurecast. The low pressure continues to move off to the southeast as high pressure builds in from the north. That's what's going to bring us drier weather, but tomorrow we will be fighting with that cloud cover. We'll take a look at your full 70 forecast, including when the 50s return ahead.
All right, thanks, Caitlin. Well, sometimes Thanksgiving dinner can be filled with more stress than stuffing, which is both of our favorite dish.
Love
right,
that stuffing.
Love that stuffing. So coming up on Good Day Chicago, some delicious dishes you can make ahead of time, plus some tricks to keep the day going as smooth as those buttery mashed potatoes. We'll be right back.
It's the
Okay, we're getting closer and closer to Black Friday, but your budget might already be busted. From Target to Walmart, Amazon, holiday sales are about to be in full swing here. So money expert Andrea Warrock joins us with what to buy now and what we should perhaps wait on. All right, Andrea, let's dive in. What should we either go for or skip on Black Friday?
Yes, well, thank you for having me on. I know everybody's wondering, is Black Friday even a thing? And we still do see some big sales during the Black Friday shopping event. Some of the best buys are going to be on electronics, especially your big screen TVs, headphones, and video gaming consoles. Those are the types of products that we see the biggest discount. And for those video gaming consoles, you might see some bundle offers with extra games and extra remote. I'm also seeing anywhere from 30 to 50% off small kitchen appliances and floor care like robotic vacuums. And then this one's a kind of a new category this year, select toys. Usually we recommend waiting to buy toys later in the season, but given certain economic worries and supply issues, you want to definitely snag those top toys when they're on sale for around 30 to 40% off. You will have some select doorbuster toys of 50 to 60% off. So if you have some flexibility, go for the bigger discounts. And then some items you want to consider waiting to buy. would be clothing. We see bigger sales on Cyber Monday, site-wide discounts from clothing brands. Also footwear and beauty, you'll see some select deals on Cyber Monday. And something else to think about when you're shopping Black Friday, think beyond just products. You could find deals from local service providers, like a fitness center might be offering a deal on a fitness package, or even your dental care provider might offer a deal on teeth cleaning. And so something like that, you could save on those necessities.
Okay, that's a good orientation for us. Now, are there any things to avoid? Are there scams at play, or any warnings you want to put out there before we get to Black Friday?
Yeah, well, you know, I think a lot of people wonder, how do I know I'm getting a good deal? That prices are constantly fluctuating. And there are a couple of tools that you could use to help you out. First is camel.com. This is a website that will give you historical pricing data. So when you're looking at a product and you're looking at the deal, this could help you determine if it is, in fact, as good of a savings that the store wants you to believe. You can also use tools like Karma or Keepa to set sale alerts for items that you're not finding on sale. And they'll alert you to a limited time deal. Maybe a deal drops after Black Friday over the weekend, and if you're not checking, you would miss out. So just consider that. And then be careful of those no-name brand doorbuster deals. A low price on a lousy product is never a good savings, because you'll have to replace it, spend more down the road. I also wanted to recommend that shopping early before Black Friday is actually a great strategy, because it allows you to spread out purchases. I'm also seeing stores like Target dropping Black Friday level deals early. They already have lots of sales going on. They're doing new weekly sales from Sunday to Saturday. Right now, you're looking at up to 30% off pajamas for the whole family, up to 30% off kitchen gadgets. And they're also offering a deal where you could get a free $10 Target gift card when you spend $100 on other popular gift cards. So that's like free money that you want to take advantage of there. And then get this. If you buy early and you're wondering, what if it goes on sale later? Target's holiday price match guarantee says that if you notice it goes on sale after any time between November 1st and December 24th, you could go back and get a price adjustment, get some money back.
Hey, Target, making it easy. Okay, Andrea Warrock, thank you very much, getting us into that Black Friday mindset. We appreciate your time, as always.
Thanks so much for having me today.
Yeah, our pleasure. 8:44, sending things over to Caitlin Cody.
Oh, yeah.
Standing by for another update on this Tuesday weather. I do see some green on that radar, but it looks like it's moving off to the east right now.
Moving out, yes, for now. We have the potential for rain returning, especially as we get to late morning through the afternoon, and especially south of Chicago. But right now, it's definitely still cloudy. It's a little bit gusty. We have winds today around 15 to 20 miles per hour. Behind me, you can see this loop that Anthony was talking about. Most of that rain has moved east, although you could see a touch of mist or drizzle out there that's not even showing up on radar. Temperatures are in the upper 30s and low 40s. Right now, 41 degrees from the lakefront to O'Hare. Temperatures are going to be in the 40s today, below normal. We should be in the upper 40s instead of the low to mid 40s. But we're also going to have that wind. So keep that in mind. Right now, it feels like we're in the 30s. In fact, some of us feel like you could be around freezing. So it is a chilly start because of the wind. Here's your futurecast. As I said, we have the potential for rain returning. This is 12:45, so lunchtime, especially south of the city, you could hear a few rumbles of thunder. 5 p.m. and we have dry skies for the most part. Heading into tonight, drier weather continues to push into Chicagoland, and tomorrow is going to be a cloudy day, but at least we don't have rain in the forecast for your Wednesday. Temperatures are going to be climbing here. You can see on our 7-day outlook around 46 degrees tomorrow. Thursday, 56. That's when you're really going to feel the difference. 51 on Friday. Now, we do have a small chance for some wet weather Thursday and Friday afternoon, but we will be watching this low pressure system move by, and hopefully we miss out on the rain altogether. Temperatures this weekend, upper 40s expected Saturday, Sunday around 53, and that'll start off our next week as well. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Well, the holidays are all about giving back. Of course, this morning we want to introduce you to a group of students that are doing just that.
Gabriella Primus is live with the Chicago High School for Agricultural Sciences as they cook up a very special meal. Gabby?
Okay, look at students hard at work, guys, and over 100 students actually participate in this meal. That's going to be tonight at 5 p.m. right here in the gym, so the countdown is down. They got to get all this done. I'm with Noah. Noah, you are, well, a graduate of the school, and now you're at Washburn as a student. So what are you doing here again this year? You just couldn't stay away, huh? You had to come and give some guidance for another successful year.
Yeah, so I guess just kind of coming to help out, doing, like, guiding people on what to do and what we did the last few years, because it was reasonably successful, I'd say.
Yeah, I would
So I
say
guess
so.
I'm just coming back to help out. Don't have much going on today anyway, so might as well.
You know what? Then butter that turkey. So right now you're getting all the dressings down. How many turkeys are you guys expected to serve tonight for the meal?
I think 30.
Yeah, I think it's
I believe
3 dozen or something like that. What is usually the reaction from some of the 400 elderly folks that you guys serve come tonight in the gym?
people seem pretty excited. I think people think it's going to be a lot smaller than it is. I've seen a lot of reactions, especially my own. The first time I did it, I expected a lot less people, like a smaller scale, I guess. So when I came in, it was 400 plus people. It was a lot more than I was prepared for, to say the least.
But it makes sense that all this hard work, prepping all morning long, it's going to be a big meal. So you took your education here at the Ag School a little further. You're at Washburn. How has maybe your experiences like this determined what you're going to do in the future?
Right. So this kind of doing events like this at school kind of furthered the fact that I actually do like working with food, working around other people who have the same interest, and working to make food for other people. So it kind of just like helped me understand the fact that this is something I want to do, not just as a hobby, but just for the rest of my life, I guess.
Noah, I have a feeling you're going to be very successful, and I mean, you're going to be a great chef. Okay, we also have Grenier here. You're currently a senior. Now you're working over in the food sciences next door. Tell us about your program and how you try to take this for the future. What do you plan to do after school?
So right now we're cooking 30 turkeys raised by our animal science pathway. But after school, after high school, of course, I would like to be a forensic scientist. Yes.
So you guys are actually raising these turkeys. You know that they really are coming from farm to table, aren't they? Can you just explain to the audience like how much work could this all come to, even growing the turkeys?
Well, animal science, they raise the turkeys themselves, so I don't know much about that. But it does take a lot of effort, work. They have to wake up day, night, and wake up like at the earliest time of day, like 5 a.m. to come to school to feed the turkeys and make sure they're okay and clean up all their necessities.
Are you? Hey, yeah, we're going to actually go to the farm here in the 9 o'clock hour. But how excited are you to see the smiling faces from the 400 elderly folks that you're going to feed tonight?
I love seeing the faces of elderly people when they smile. It just brings me joy because they're happy, and like we cook the food, so it's like my food is making them happy, and I love to see that.
All right, Noah and then Grenier, thank you so much, guys. All right, we'll have more information about this Farm to Table event, the 13th year, on our website, fox32chicago.com. All right, like I said, I think we're going to the farm here for the 9 o'clock hour, so we're going to really see how this all started and then ends up on the table of so many folks later on in the gym tonight.
All right, thank you,
What a great
Gabby.
effort.
Yeah.
Love it, Gab. Thank you.
All right, Jake is live at a wickedly cool new exhibit open now in Chicago. Hi, Jake.
That's right, guys. We are live at the Driehaus Museum. It is a new exhibit taking you behind the scenes of some of the incredible artistry of The Wizard of Oz. It's called The Land of Oz Beyond the Page. And yeah, it's getting you ready this weekend for Wicked for Good. We'll tell you more when Good Day Chicago returns.
This show
Welcome back. This is one of the most anticipated movies of the year. We're talking about the Wicked second installment, right?
Yeah.
It's called Wicked for Good.
The
in
second
theaters.
half.
Yeah, this week.
So if you want to know more about how the story was transformed from book to screen to musical, and now back to the big screen, Jake is live at a new exhibit that you certainly are going to want to check out. Jake?
That's right, guys. You know, back in 1939, Judy Garland taught us that there is no place like home. I'm going to say there's no place like the Treehouse Museum here in River North, because they have a new exhibit. It's called The Land of Oz Beyond the Page. And let me tell you, if you're getting ready for Wicked this weekend, you're going to want to make a stop here first. We're going to chat with Sally Ann, the Director of Collections and Exhibitions. Sally Ann, so good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Oh, you guys have a really great sort of breakup of all the different artifacts and art to get people ready for a little bit of Wizard of Oz. Tell us what's in this room.
Well, in this room we have exhibition sketches that were created by James Martin Smith for the stills design set for the movie.
And they're really, really beautiful pieces. I think it's safe to say that if you are a big fan of the movie, if maybe you grew up reading the book or reading it to your kids, I think some of these pieces are going to be recognizable to some people.
Absolutely. Beautiful watercolors. It takes you through the journey through to the Emerald City, so you see little images of the characters within the movies and the forests, and then actually inside the Emerald City itself.
You know, you guys do such a great job of kind of showing the journey that the Wizard of Oz made from Baum's novel to the big screen. This is one of my favorite pieces right here, because, you know, so many of the big Hollywood blockbusters these days require computers for their special effects. Back in 1939, you kind of had to just get creative. Tell people what this is right here.
Well, what we see in the middle is a painting called a matte painting, which was used in filmmaking to create backgrounds for very large spaces and for impossible creations. So they created these backdrops on either silver or matte board, and then they would leave a space open, as you can see in the corner there, for a photo, the live action shot, so that they were married together.
This clip from the movie, they would only use this portion and then would just place it right here?
Yes, and it would create a seamless shot that you would have.
I feel like I'm never going to look at Wizard of Oz the same way again. Sally Ann, follow me, because I want to give a shout out, because you guys have, you know, this exhibit keeps going. But as we walk in here, for people who've maybe never been to the Treehouse Museum, this is one of many exhibits that you guys have going on at any given time. You guys always stay pretty busy.
We're always busy. We have incredible exhibitions, and I would invite people to come and see them and look at our website, the Richard H. Treehouse Museum.
Yeah, .org. I mean, you gotta check it out. As we come in here, got a little bit of a glimpse of this in the last hour of Good Day Chicago. There might be some recognizable artifacts in here, right?
Well, yes, I can say so. And immediately what comes to us, wonderful ruby slippers that we see in the center of the gallery. We also have the medallion, the Cowardly Lion's medallion. We've got some textiles in this space as well, the monkey jackets, some books, of course, some beautiful examples of the books that Baum wrote.
And many of them have Chicago connections.
Yes, as did Baum.
Yes,
you know,
very much so.
As did Baum. So.
All right. Sally Ann, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for walking us through this. We're going to get a little bit more of an insight into this room in the next hour of Good Day Chicago, guys. Of course, you can come out here. The exhibit, The Land of Oz Beyond the Page, now open, running through March 15th. Of course, that movie right there, Wicked for Good, opens in theaters this Friday. And if you missed it, guys, you know, we had the girls. We had Cynthia Erivo, Ariana Grande on the show not too long ago. I've been sort of putting some stuff up on our TikTok and Instagram pages, and people have been enjoying those, so you're going to want to check those out as well. On that note, we're live out here in River North, tossing it back to you guys in the studio.
So cool. Jake, thank you, sir. Looks fascinating.
Love the history and the Chicago connection.
All right, we'll be right back at the 9 o'clock hour. Good day right after this.
Welcome to Good Day Chicago and our 9 o'clock hour. There's plenty to get to. So let's talk about some of our top stories that we're following this hour.
Well, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are expected to vote on a bill that would release the files related to Jeffrey Epstein.
And a new study is challenging some traditional advice this morning. It says caffeinated coffee may actually help people with an irregular heartbeat. We're going to talk to Dr. Mike about that a little later.
It's like every week we kind of hear yes or no. Yeah. I don't know. But let's take a live look outside as we check in with Caitlin for a look at the forecast. It's gloomy today. Hard to get up and get going.
Isn't it? Yes. And traffic has been horrendous this morning. Scattered rain showers. Now you can see from that live shot, it is cloudy. We have some mist perhaps out there, not even showing up on radar. You can see a touch of green southwest, LaSalle County, but most of us are dry at the moment. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. It's 40 degrees at the lakefront, 41 at Midway and in Gary, 39 in Chicago Heights and Merrillville. These 40s are going to feel like the 30s though, and today we're going to have gusty winds around 15 to 20 miles per hour, not only this morning, but even later on. Normal high 48. Again, staying below that today. But tonight, we're dropping down into the 30s and 40s with drier air returning. Tomorrow is going to be a cloudy day. Temperatures in the mid to upper 40s, so we're fighting with those clouds on your Wednesday, which you can see behind me on our Futurecast. High pressure starts to move in, bringing us drier conditions, but unfortunately, the sunshine is holding off. Now, as far as the rain goes for the rest of the day, we have the potential for the return of some showers. Behind me, this is not severe weather expected, but just where we could see a general rumble of thunder, a thunderstorm or two possible in this light green color. Kankakee County, southern LaSalle, southern Grundy, Jasper, Newton counties. Don't be surprised if you hear that today. 7-day forecast. Well, tomorrow, right around 46. 56 expected Thursday, Friday around 51. Small chance for some wet weather. Most of us missing out on any rain, though, to end the week. And then we get into the weekend, around 50 degrees Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Sunshine is back. Low to mid 50s are expected. Back to you.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you. Now to another developing story this morning.
A 26-year-old woman is currently in the hospital after police say that a man set her on fire while she was on the Blue Line. This all happened near Clark and Lake Street in the Loop. Officers say that the woman and man got into an argument. Then he poured a liquid on her and set her on fire. They say that the man then ran off when the train stopped. The woman is severely burned and currently fighting for her life at Stroger Hospital. Police are still searching for the man who did it. They believe that he's about 45 years old.
The city's finance committee rejecting Mayor Johnson's budget proposal over a controversial corporate head tax, among other things. Johnson wanted the budget approved this week, kind of on the fast track, but some alders say the mayor should slow down, and they're going to get their wish on that part of it at least. They also want him to consider more spending cuts. Johnson hoped that the head tax would help close a more than $1 billion projected deficit. We spoke with Alderman Brian Hopkins about the budget earlier on Good Day. He says there are other options.
Now, there are three options. The third option is we could cut government spending. Right now, we are spending at least 40%, by some measures as much as 50% more than we were in 2019, the last budget before the pandemic. All that federal relief money came in, artificially inflated our budget. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we had it for those times that we had it, but it's gone now. And because that funding has gone away, we have to reduce the spending and the expenses that we incurred during that period of time. This mayor simply refuses to do it.
Because of the disagreement on the budget, the mayor has called for a pause on voting on it, at least until the beginning of December. Meantime, on Capitol Hill, House lawmakers are expected to vote today on a bill that would force the Justice Department to release the rest of its files on sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The president changed his stance on the situation, called for Republicans to vote on the measure. He said Monday that he would sign the bill if it passes both chambers of Congress.
Several websites are facing problems right now because of a Cloudflare outage. The company says it started dealing with outages early this morning. The affected sites and apps include X, Spotify, Amazon, the video game League of Legends, and a lot more. I've been seeing a lot of people complaining, but it's interesting. They're able to complain online, so maybe it's working. Right. Cloudflare provides services to help websites block cyber attacks. The company says it is already starting to recover, but some websites may still face problems. Meantime, a positive update on the health of Reverend Jesse Jackson. He has been moved out of the intensive care unit, but he does remain hospitalized this morning. He's been at Northwestern Memorial since last week for a neurological disorder called PSP. That condition is related to his 2023 diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome. Turning to a little drama in the sports world this morning.
There's never that. Drama in the sports world?
I just heard this, like, what? You got to be kidding me. The Big Ten may be getting too big for its own good.
That's right. The University of Michigan is reportedly considering leaving the conference over a capital investment plan that the league is pursuing. Michigan Live says a Michigan regent made the threat. The $2.4 billion proposal would create a separate entity called Big Ten Enterprises. A pension fund would use it to market the teams and create some extra revenue. The deal calls for giving millions to each of the 18 schools. Again, it's called the Big Ten, but there's 18 schools. But this would bind them together for decades.
Yeah, that money, it gets complicated.
Yes, it does.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art is unveiling the 2026 Met Gala theme. It is costume art, and I can see some creative people really going wild with this one. Curator of the Costume Institute, Andrew Bolton, says the exhibit will pull from different parts of the Met's collection, including drawings, paintings, and sculpture. The co-chairs have not been announced just yet, but can't wait to see. Can't wait to see it.
Cambridge Dictionary has crowned parasocial as its 2025 word of the year. What does that mean? Well, it's defined as involving or relating to a connection that somebody feels between themselves and a famous person or character they do not know. An example it used was the excitement fans showed when they discovered Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce were going to get married. Meanwhile, Dictionary.com revealed 6'7" as its 2025 word of the year.
All right, time is now 9:06 this morning. Senator Dick Durbin is speaking after a meeting with air traffic controllers this morning. Let's listen in.
Confiding in me with what that meant to their families, not to mention the psychological stress that it put on them in a job which is stressful to start with. That was one of the compelling reasons that I decided to vote to open the government. In my mind, we just couldn't run the risk that these men and women still trying to do their best would be under such pressure that they might not make the right decision at the right moment. We can't let that happen, certainly not at the expense of politicians deciding who gets a political advantage out of this. So we have work to do. We need more air traffic controllers. Nationwide, we need 14,000. We have around 10,000, is that it, Toby?
Yes.
10,000, so we have 4,000 vacancies. We need to train more qualified people to be air traffic controllers. We also have to make sure that the technology at this airport and every airport in the United States is the very best. And that means making investments that have been put off for way too long. One of the reasons I wanted to come today was to tell these men and women, we're on your case. We learned a lesson. Now, there are many other reasons I could tell you why I voted to open the government, but the most compelling were the air traffic controllers and the SNAP program. This food program for elderly people, disabled people, and children was reaching a point where it was going to be stopped by the Trump administration in court. I didn't want that to happen. I've taken some grief for that vote, but I think still to this day that it was the right vote. We need to solve the problems of this country, including more and better health insurance for all the people who live in this country, but we shouldn't do it at the expense of the safety of air traffic controllers, the safety of air traffic itself at O'Hare and other airports. Answer any questions you might have.
So these air traffic controllers should be guaranteed a paycheck going forward?
I certainly would vote for that in a second. These are critical jobs, and they're not the only critical jobs in federal government. But when you get down to the bottom line, this is the first category of workers that I thought of. They really put our lives are on the line for them to do the job the right way.
How much of their back pay have they now received?
I don't know.
About 50 to 60%.
50 to 60. Toby, Toby, introduce yourself.
I'm Toby Hauk with the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. I work out of Chicago Center in Aurora.
Can you give us an idea of how this has, worn out air traffic controllers? Give us an idea of their, mental state right now, having gone through this shutdown and loss of pay.
I've said this before. I'm only 29. No, I'm kidding. This is a very stressful job. These folks behind me and the folks that we represent here in Illinois and across the country, it's their profession. It's their dedication. It's what they live for. This is a job that you take a lot of pride in when you go to work because you can't take it home. These folks put everything they can into this profession. It's very stressful. There are days that are a little less stressful than others, but every single day when you're talking about moving airplanes in and out of the busiest airport in the world is a very stressful job.
Would you recommend it as a job?
Yes, I would, because it's very rewarding. It's very rewarding.
Can you talk about Toby?
Yes.
I don't want to say, but then
yeah.
I can imagine there's stress at home with bills and then stress here.
Okay, we've been listening in there to a press conference at O'Hare with Senator Dick Durbin and members of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, kind of talking through some of the things that the air traffic controllers have been through over the time of the government shutdown, and Senator Durbin giving more of a reason as to why he was one of 8 lawmakers that voted to end the shutdown last Monday. It was 7 Democrats and 1 independent who caucuses with the Democrats that voted to end the government shutdown. Of course, sending it on to the House that voted on ending the shutdown as well. So we'll continue to listen in. You could hear Roseanne Tellez is there, and she'll give more of an update just as soon as we can get her. A local church, though, is hosting several food giveaways this week to help families who need it most.
City Point Church is going to join us with the details on some of their efforts. That's still to come this morning on Good Day Chicago.
If you can't
9/13, and new research shows that chronic kidney disease has been named the 9th leading cause of death worldwide. There are now record numbers of men and women who are currently estimated to have reduced kidney function. So Fox Medical Team's Dr. Mike is joining me live now. Dr. Mike, the obvious question is why the surge?
Well, there's a couple of theories. It could be high blood pressure, could be diabetes, and certainly obesity, because obesity has become a significant worldwide problem. Now, I want to bring Bob in here because I want you, if you can, might be a little dark in there, but these are the kidneys. They're in the back of your abdomen, in the flank area, and this little guy right here is so important for cleansing the blood and performing all kinds of things. If you don't treat them well, they could end up causing trouble and ultimately might need dialysis. So look, I tell everyone when they come into my office, I generally check a creatinine, which is a test that looks at the kidney function, as well as a urine. And then there are other things like creatinine clearance and things like that. But if you catch it early, and by the way, a lot of people don't know that they have kidney issues because they don't know. There's no symptoms until it gets really bad. So that's the take-home message here. Make sure you get your weight down, control your blood sugars, and certainly if you have high blood pressure, get it treated.
Okay, so Dr. Mike, let me take you to another topic that people are talking about. People with atrial fibrillation are often advised to avoid caffeinated coffee. But a new study finds that drinking coffee is safe for people with AFib, and it may also help protect against recurrence of the disorder. We keep going back and forth on this. So, Dr. Mike, what changed here?
If you can hear me, I'm having problems hearing you, but I'm just going to keep going. So atrial fibrillation here, all right, can lead to dizziness and low fast heart rate, things like that. So basically what this study showed was that if you have atrial fibrillation, you can drink coffee in moderation as long as it's not too much. You don't want to do any high-powered energy drinks, things like that. But what you want to do is feel free to have some caffeinated coffee as long as you don't do too much.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right.
Now, I'm not hearing any voices in my head, which is unusual. So I don't know. It's a technical thing. Maybe it's that cloud problem. I don't know.
It could
anyway,
be. I don't know if you see me, but bye, Dr. Mike. Bye, Bob. All right. Still ahead. This year marks 20 years of Elf on the Shelf. We are talking with the people who created the tradition about how it got started. And if you think that you're snagging a good price on Black Friday, think again. A consumer expert is going to tell us about the deceiving deals to avoid. Plus, he turned slinging hot dogs at Wrigley Field into a career making
Fox.
Welcome back. Time is now 9:19. Live look outside of O'Hare. We just heard from Senator Dick Durbin sharing some of his remarks on the ongoing struggle with air traffic controls. We have much more on that coming up a little bit later. But next week is Thanksgiving, and some SNAP recipients are still waiting for all of their benefits to be fully restored. In the meantime, some churches and community groups are filling that void. Pastor Demetrius Davis is the lead pastor at City Point Community Church. He joins us this morning to talk about the church's outreach efforts. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on.
Now, we know that City Point is known for being deeply rooted in the Bronzeville community. So what kind of impacts are these high prices and delays in SNAP benefits having on some of the families that you've spoken with?
Absolutely. So we're seeing it impact families that have, that we've seen in the past that have needed goods and services from us as a church, but we're also seeing families that have been historically middle class or upper income needing support as well.
They're finding themselves in some new situations where they haven't been before. Tell us a little bit about some of your weekly events and your upcoming Thanksgiving meal kit giveaway.
Absolutely. So we got two things going. So due to the SNAP benefit lapse, we are giving away groceries every week to families, as well as $50 Mariano gift cards. And then secondly, we are doing our second annual Thanksgiving meal kit giveaway, where we provide all the things that a family would need to be able to provide a good our teens. A teen named EVA has been the leader, and it's been fantastic.
Why do you think it's so important that not just the adults and you as a pastor are leading this, but actually having the youth of the church kind of lead this process forward?
Yeah, so this is really about setting up the future of the church, right? So we teach socially conscious Christianity, and we really want our kids to get involved in this as well, to understand that faith is not just something that's in your head and in your heart, but actually something that's in your hands. So it's kids as young as age 5, and also our adults are bringing in things as well.
And as a church, why do you feel like it's important not to just really help your congregation, your church members, but to make these resources available to everybody in Bronzeville and beyond as well?
Absolutely. So we're in a season of blessings, and we believe that every time you have an opportunity to bless, you're essentially spreading seeds, and we believe that the blessings will come back to us. So we try to be very liberal, very generous with all of our neighbors that we can help support.
And for maybe somebody who's watching at home and they find themselves in maybe a struggling position as we're a few days away from Thanksgiving, what is the best way for somebody at home watching to get in touch with you guys to take advantage of some of these resources?
Absolutely. So there are a few ways you can partner with us. One is you can go to our website, citypointcc.org, and sign up to receive food. But if you'd like to partner with us, we love if you make a donation of food or make a monetary donation to support the work that we're doing.
And Pastor, this Thanksgiving season, why do you think it's such a great time with everything we're having in the world for families to come together and really just spend that quality time together?
Absolutely. I think that this is certainly a time, especially when things are a little rocky economically, for us to reconnect to our tribes and safe spaces where we can feel at home and feel loved and feel that comfort. So whatever we can do to support people making those memories, we're all about that.
All right, Pastor Davis, thanks for your time, and thanks City Point for everything you're doing for the Chicago community.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, time is now 9:23 this morning. Here's the information if you would like to take advantage of what City Point Community Church is offering. Our time is now 9:23. We'll be right back on Good Day Chicago.
Fox 32.
9:26, it's kind of a dank morning. We've had the rain. There's still a few sprinkles here and there. That cloud cover is going to be pretty tough to scour away today and even tomorrow. But most of the meaningful rain is out of here and should remain that way for the rest of the day. I can't rule out a sprinkle here or there, but I'm just unimpressed with much additional rainfall. Let's take a look at the satellite radar review. 3 hours ago, we had rain moving through the area. Now we've kind of entered what's known as the dry slot of this storm system, and it's shut down the rain. Showers and thunderstorms are likely downstate. In fact, there could actually be some severe weather close to the Ohio River later today, but in the Chicago area, no such concern. What we might see is a little light rain here or there later this afternoon. These temperatures are going nowhere. We're pretty much stuck with what we've got. 40-ish across the area, 40 at Waukegan, 41 at the Lakefront Joliet, 43. You got 38 degrees at Valparaiso. The low pressure system, the storm system, moving away from the area, and you think, oh, it's going to take the clouds away too. Unfortunately not. We have to wait for this high pressure system to get a little bit stronger and push in some dry air from the east, but it's going to be difficult to do today and even tomorrow. You can see quite a deck of low clouds hanging over the area even into tomorrow night. The next storm system, I still think confidently, misses us to the south here Thursday and Friday. 44 today, 43 tomorrow. Then we're going to be in the mid-50s on Thursday, 50-ish on Friday. I'll keep a very tiny chance of a shower sneaking into the Kankakee River Valley Friday afternoon. Majority of the area, 0 rain. 50 on Saturday, 52 on Sunday. We got the Bears in action at Soldier Field. Weather looks good for that. And to kick off Thanksgiving week, how about sunshine and 55 on Monday? All right, I've got a couple of very fine photos that came in from the Fox 32 weather app. How about this scene? Cumberland Falls, Kentucky. Randy Bearden, who lives in Joliet, took a picture. I'm not sure exactly where Cumberland Falls, Kentucky is, but that is a gorgeous scene there. Love the rock action going on. Remember, if you are a photographer and you want to get that kind of creamy look to a waterfall, you need to have a camera, and this can be done with a smartphone, where you can take a longer exposure of about 1 second, which means you got to hold your camera still or use a tripod. Otherwise, everything is going to be blurry. You just want the water to blur. Good picture, Randy. Photo number 2. Lots of clouds. Roy Christopher giving us a nice pastoral scene there in Maple Park. Looks like got a little alto cumulus there and maybe some cirrostratus way off there in the distance. Pretty shot there far west of the city. All right, we will be back with more of Good Day on this soggy Tuesday right after this quick commercial break.
I've been in the restaurant business in Atlanta for over 15 years. I own and operate 4 restaurants in Atlanta.
Drinks for everyone! Drinks on me!
Surf Daiquiri Bar and Grill, Blue Seafood House, and the Daiquiri Factory. I have 2 locations, of course. I've decided it's time to take my restaurant game to a new level. I'm creating a food festival, the A-Flavor Food Festival. It's going to be the biggest and the baddest food festival Atlanta has ever seen. But first, I got to recruit some other boss in the Atlanta restaurant industry to help me pull this thing together.
Oh boy, the new show, A Flavor, or A Flavor, is coming to Fox Soul. The new show is set to debut on Saturday, November 22nd, so this upcoming Saturday, and centers around a developing food festival by Keisha Madigan, the godmother and OG of several restaurants down in Atlanta, and they have many. Like you just heard, she's bringing together some powerhouse women in the food industry to make all of this happen. Some of the restaurateurs are joining me today. Bobby Robinson, Taryn Rutherford, and A Flavor's creator and executive producer, Amy Bolton Curley. Good morning to you, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning. Love having you here. Amy, let me start with you. What prompted the creation of this show? I mean, there's so much going down in Atlanta when it comes to the food scene.
Exactly. Atlanta is the Italy of America when it comes to the food culture. And Atlanta has a very diverse food scene here. And I was thinking, what's missing in the reality space? And it's restaurateurs, but especially African-American and women restaurateurs. So I decided, hey, why don't we put together something that showcases not only the food of Atlanta, but the women behind the food, and show people exactly how hard it is to make it in the restaurant industry, but then take it to another level and create something that the A Flavor Food Festival.
So Taryn, what's it been like trying to navigate all of this? I mean, putting together a food festival is no easy feat. Tell me about navigating all of it.
It's a lot because, you know, when you're dealing with 5 other boss women, it just makes it, you know, where you just got to start getting together and start thinking alike. So everybody has their thoughts and ideas. So at that point, then you got to be able to,
I think we lost her audio.
Yeah, I think so. So, Bobby, let me turn to you. Taryn, Bobby and Taryn, you both own separate Harold's Chicken and Ice Bars. Of course, people in Chicago, they hear Harold's, you perk up. If they've been to Chicago, you hear Harold's, and you're like, oh, it's a Chicago staple. So what's been the reception for Harold's been like in Atlanta?
It's been wonderful. You know, I am a Chicago native, and I went to Jackson State. Whenever I used to come home to visit Chicago, Harold's was always the first place that I went. So I knew by bringing us to another state, another city, that once the Chicago people see that's a Harold's Chicken, they will definitely support, and then they themselves will spread the word. And we've been very successful. We're almost a household name here in Atlanta. So it's going to be great to bring this food festival. And we have so many women, and we're so diverse, and just to bring this food festival together for everyone to enjoy. And also have a little taste of bringing a little bit of the shot to the ATL.
I love it. I love it. And there are so many Jackson State grads here in Chicago, so it makes perfect sense. You're from Chicago, Jackson State alum. Amy, let me circle back to you. Why do you believe now is the perfect time to tell this story?
Well, because it's a time for, you know, the African-American woman, you know, people right now, they need to see and know that we still are very prevalent in all spaces. But because the D, E, and I kind of dissipated, we need to know that women, especially African-American women, still have a lot of businesses and have a lot of grind and hustle that they've put behind their businesses. And I want to showcase and encourage other women to do this. But I also want to speak about Bobby and Taryn, because what they did with the Harold's brand was they expanded it, and when they brought it to Atlanta, they created a new dimension of Harold's. And I think that's something that's very unique within itself. They took a household brand and expanded on it by creating just not the Harold's Chicken Shack, but they made it a Harold's Chicken, and they now get that taste of Chicago seafood and flavor, and they gave it a really more prominent and made it a staple in the Atlanta market. Between the two ladies, they own 6 locations in one city. Woo. So basically, it's kind of like Chicago. There's a Harold's on every corner.
We love it. All right, ladies. When can we catch the premiere?
The premiere happens this Saturday. Tune in. You don't want to miss it. It airs this Saturday, November 22nd, 7 p.m. on Fox Soul. November 22nd, A-Flavor, Fox Soul. You got to see it. It's a great representation of not only African-American women and restaurateurs, but just a great staple of what we can do once we put our minds to making things happen as a people.
Absolutely love it. Congratulations to all the bosses that put this together, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great chatting with you today. All right, let's check in with Gabriella Primus, who is at the Chicago High School for Agricultural Sciences, where they are cooking up a very special meal.
All right, the school, also known as Chicago Ag Sciences, you don't usually see a news reporter in stiletto heels inside of an alpaca enclosure, but here we are. I'm with Destiny. Okay, this is where everything, 40-acre working farm here at the school. We have some friends here. Can you introduce us, Destiny, to who we have?
Yeah, this is Tina right here. She's our alpaca.
Tina, don't you dare spit at us.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys obviously aren't on the menu. Sorry, guys. Yeah, look at her ears. She's hesitant. But you guys had some turkeys here that are going to be, served farm to table to a group of elderly folks tonight. Yeah. How does that feel?
I think it's a really good opportunity we get to have to see that process, especially since a lot of students don't really know much about agriculture here, especially since we're in the city. So seeing the farm to table process is really eye-opening to a lot of kids when they see it, but they love to participate and help out too.
Okay, Destiny, I want to talk to Hunter over here. Can you move Tina just out of the way a little bit? Tina, don't spit on me, please. All right, Hunter, Animal Sciences is what you're participating in the program right now. What else do you guys do here? Because we're looking around, we're seeing the cows as well. We know that the turkeys were outside. So a lot of life experience you're getting, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome. So I'm a senior, but juniors, they clean the pens and make sure everyone has a nice environment to live in. And for seniors, we do daily health checks and see if they're still doing okay, if there's anything we need to check up on. And if you see, sorry, Gunner. And see the beef cattle over there, we raise them too. And
okay, so you have Hunter and you have, is this Gunner you said?
Gunner and Hunter.
Gunner, just giving me the eye a little bit. But how cool is it to know that it's a 40-acre working farm right here at your school?
It's awesome. I love it. I grew up over here too, and every time I always see the school, it's awesome. I love being here.
It was a no-brainer. Okay, I'm going to have you and Gunner move out of the way. Gunner, I'm going to walk slowly next to you. Alexis has her friend here as well. Alexis, we know that you're not part of the cooking part of the turkey, but the raising, of course. How about you? Do you feel accomplished knowing that you're helping so many people, learn farm to table for one, but also get a good hearty meal, maybe their only Thanksgiving meal?
Yeah, it's amazing being able to help the community, and not everyone is able to spend it with their family, and they can come here and get a nice Thanksgiving meal prepared by our food science pathway, and then us, animal science, we get to raise the turkeys, and it's amazing knowing that we get to help the community.
Do you have plans to continue on with animal science in the future? What do you plan for after school?
I'm actually planning on going into the medical field, but animal science can help me a lot through that because it connects very closely, actually.
Okay, very cool. And what's your friend's name here?
This is Mikey.
Okay, Mikey, Gunner, and then Tina, my 3 new friends in addition to the 3 humans as well, guys. Okay, we'll have more information about the school and the dinner, the farm to table dinner happening tonight, 13th annual, on our website, fox32chicago.com. I'm going to slowly exit. Yes, they're cute, but I hear that they do spit.
9:44, Thanksgiving, it's not that far away.
Can't believe it.
No, it's just around the corner here. Putting together that delicious menu is crucial if you are the host, or maybe you're not the host. You got to bring something nice to the dinner that somebody else is hosting. So, of course, we had to bring Babs in from Babs Boards to share some of her recipes this morning.
Thanks so much for having me.
We love having you here, Babs.
Oh, it's so fun.
All right, give us a rundown. What are some of the things that you've made for us today?
So, I brought these mashed potatoes, which, by the way, you can make the day before.
All right.
Trust me on this one.
And then
you really
what
can.
do you do to reheat them?
So what I would do, there's never too much butter. I would cut some more little pads of butter on top. I'm going to put this directly into my oven to warm up.
What temperature?
About 375 just to heat through, depending on how much you have. And then I'm going to stir it up with that hot melted butter all over. It's going to taste great. So get that done in advance.
All right, so a day in advance. You can get those potatoes out of the way.
No reason why not. This is actually sweet potatoes that I roasted. You could do the same with butternut squash if you'd like to. What I did is I roasted this with a little bit of maple syrup, believe it or not.
Add extra sweetness in there.
A little bit of sweet olive oil, roasted it with some sage at the last minute. You could even add pancetta or prosciutto to it too. Way better, I think, than the old-fashioned marshmallow sweet potato dish. Not my favorite, but this is. Big hit.
And this can be made ahead of time also?
This could be made ahead of time. At least cut and dice these sweet potatoes or butternut squash the day before or a couple days before. But you might want to roast them the same day.
Is this something you could bring to somebody else's house? That easily transportable?
Reheat it. I would make it in the morning and then reheat it. Easily transportable.
Until I was 50, I hated these things.
Too.
Now, you're not even 50, so don't even go there.
Nice.
Babs, the Brussels sprouts.
Yes.
Here, let me move this.
I used to not love Brussels sprouts either until I realized roasting them until they're almost burnt is the way to enjoy them.
Yes.
So
what did you add to them?
Well, you're going to love this.
Okay.
This is your hot honey. Mike's hot honey. I love it. So what I want you to do, literally drizzle that on top.
This is all meteorological. We're drizzling. All right.
We're drizzling on top. Give it a good old squeeze. And then I put some pistachios in there as well at the last second. But after that, they're really roasted and crispy.
Okay,
Again,
delicious.
something you could bring as a guest. Great side dish. They will be gone, I guarantee.
Num.
Guarantee you.
All right, down here at the end, you've set me up here. What are we making?
Right, so we're going to make these pumpkin...
And I'm going to need a drink after I make this. I know that's the end of the program, Babs.
Pumpkin pie parfait. So it's kind of a take on pumpkin pie, but in these beautiful glasses. So what I want you to do is take, they're little ginger cookies, ginger snaps that I crushed up. How easy.
How many do I need?
Right, I'll just kind of fill the bottom a little bit more.
Fill the bottom. We'll get a little more here.
And then I made a pumpkin mousse, which is just pumpkin puree, not the pie filling, the puree, cream cheese whipped together with a little bit of fresh whipping cream. So that's your second layer. You could have your kids do this for you. Put them to work, right? How fun and easy.
I can't envision my son doing any of that.
No
Give me a break.
baking necessary.
All right.
So fresh whipped cream. And I just
didn't come out of...
No, don't use that. Please, please use real heavy whipping cream and whip it.
More than one dollop, or is that good?
I would do a couple dollops, right?
One is good, two is better.
Yeah, and then a little splash of, I'll open this up for you, a little splash of cinnamon on top.
Some dusty cinnamon, we were talking about
and then
that.
you could put, I should have brought an extra one, a cute little ginger snap on top. Look at how cute that is.
All right, should I give it a little taste here?
Absolutely.
Let me dig down here into the bottom and try
So good. And another alternative to a dessert that you for sure could bring would be this dessert board. Did you like that?
It's very good. I did very well.
You did very well. Well done.
All right, what about this?
So dessert board. So I have these custom cookies from my favorite cookie lady. She made these for me. But then I bought a bunch of cookies from Trader Joe's, this is actually an apple pie. This is a pecan pie.
Oh, wow.
All these little desserts, so easy to wrap this up and bring as a gift.
Beautiful.
Right?
All right, now what about the beverage?
I'm going to have you open this up.
All right, I'll
do
do
this. So this is a cranberry pomegranate. Just, you buy it pre-made, right, at the store. And then you could add some Prosecco to it. Maybe if this is if you're, going a non-alcoholic route, you could add some
Natalie
sparkling water.
She cannot have that.
Yeah, she would do a little sparkling water
You want one
instead.
also here?
Sure, why not? And I did sugar and cinnamon, salt, instead of a salt rim, it's a sugar rim.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Happy
How about,
Thanksgiving.
very quickly, one quick mistake that people make when they're doing the Thanksgiving, but then one quick tip.
Not doing everything in advance. Make sure you do it all in advance. Don't wait until Thursday to start prepping some some
Outstanding, Babs. Cheers to you.
Cheers
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
She's hosting
Thanksgiving.
a big gathering at her house. So post that on social media. All right, I think we've got Jake Hamilton joining us live. Those shoes look familiar for some reason, Jakey.
I think they were in a film. I think you might be onto something, Mike Kaplan. You're absolutely right. They say there's no place like home. I say there's no place like the Treehouse Museum. We're going to take you inside a new exhibit exploring the history of the Wizard of Oz. Of course, getting you ready for a certain movie opening on Friday. You know what it is. We'll tell you more when Good Day Chicago returns.
This program.
You can wave that wand all you want, but you have no real power.
I am so excited. Wicked for Good officially hits theaters on Friday. But before we go to see it, you want to step into Oz yourself.
Yes, Jake is taking us to the Treehouse Museum this morning, where a very special exhibit takes you down a yellow brick road full of iconic movie moments. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. I have to confess something to you. I saw the movie a few weeks back, so this feels like I'm kind of stepping into the world, of course, because as you know, and we've talked about this a lot, those original novels by L. Frank Baum have such a great Chicago connection. And if you come out to the Driehaus Museum in River North, they have a new exhibit called The Land of Oz Beyond the Page. We're here with Lisa Key, the executive director. What an amazing exhibit you guys have here, and perfectly timed as well.
You'd think we planned it.
I know, right? Exactly right. Now, it's hard. There's so many great artifacts when you come into this room, but we got to be honest. Your eyes gravitate toward one in particular. Am I right?
So the main event are the ruby slippers, and these are really special because they were created by Western Costume Company, the original costumers for the film, and they were created from Julie Garland's foot molds. So these are same size of her feet. There were only 20 of these created, and we are really happy to have one pair here.
That's incredible. I can't believe you guys are going to let me try them on at the end of the live shot. Now, it's pretty wild to think that there are so surviving pieces from that original 1939 film. Tell us what we're looking at right here.
So this is a costume from one of the townspeople in the Emerald City. That color green is really important in the movie, we know, and what's fascinating about this is it's not all green, and that's because the dyes that they used for the collar and the sleeves have disintegrated over time. So this is an example of a historic costume and how it's aged.
I mean, it's crazy to think we're not that far away from the 100th anniversary of this film. I'm gonna make fun of Lisa for a second. She didn't want to show this next piece. She said it might be a little creepy for morning TV. I think it's interesting. Tell us what we're looking at right here.
So this is a prototype of the costumes for the Flying Monkeys, and you can really see their ideas and how they were working through the costumes. And this was to kind of get the body of the monkeys, and you can see where the actor's head would go through the tunic. It's not so creepy. It's just, you know,
they went creepier with the final design if you think about it.
I think that maybe my childhood fears about those monkeys are coming through there, but it's a gorgeous example of costume design.
Before we go, I do want to give a shout out to the Driehaus Museum. This is an amazing exhibit that's going to be running through March 15th, but you guys always have amazing exhibits out here, and you guys also have pieces that are just always here that you can always come check out. For someone who's never been out to the museum, tell people what the place is.
So the Driehaus Museum is a museum of art, architecture, and design, and every time there's something new for you to see, just like this exhibition. And in the month of December, or what we like to call Dree-sember.
Well done.
We have a holiday market on December 6th.
Oh, fantastic.
A visit from Santa on the...
Know him.
You know him personally.
Yes.
Who knows? Maybe he'll be wearing a green suit this year.
Well done.
And a whole host of programs and events throughout the month of December. So check our website, driehausmuseum.org. Sign up for our newsletter, get advance notice of what's going on, and come and see the museum.
Love that. Absolutely, you should. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us today. An absolutely beautiful, amazing exhibit, of course, ties in to this small little independent. You know, guys, it's always important to support the small films. It's always important to let people know about those tiny little movies that are trying to break through. You're going to want to check this one out. It opens in theaters on Friday. We'll have more on the exhibit coming up during the noon show.
If Santa has to go down a yellow brick road this year, I'm going to be like...
All right, well, let's send it upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago now is getting ready to start at the top of the hour.
Indeed, Brian, Mike, Anita, we are just like over a week away from Black Friday right now, so we are going to be speaking with a financial guru about what to look for in terms of deals, and more importantly, what to avoid next Friday.
I love that. We're also talking to the founders of Elf on the Shelf. Coming up soon, right after this.
Stay tuned for Chicago Now, which starts right now.
Have a great day. Caitlin, I wish I was one of those people that got all my holiday shopping out of the way. There are people I know in my life who do it over the summer. They're like super, super ahead of the game.
Do it today and you could be done. Do it today, you could be done. But you might want to wait for the sales.
Exactly. A lot of people taking advantage of Black Friday. It's a week from Friday, if you can believe it, to get their holiday shopping done. Not every deal, though, is worth your while. So we are going to break down the do's and don'ts from an expert, the deals to avoid as well, and little like scams that you don't want to fall into.
Yeah, so. Like what should you buy on Black Friday versus now Cyber Monday? So it gets confusing, but it turns out, which you'll hear soon, that there are certain items that you should be going for on Black Friday. And also, there's some crazy deals going on right now. Like I know Target is dropping a bunch of deals.
Yes, Andrea
My mommy
Warrock,
group texts are like, hey, heads up, 40% off, 40% off.
Yes.
Great deal.
Actually, Target, we spoke with Andrea Warrock during a Good Day this morning. She said that Target's running a thing where if someone finds a better deal, you know, whether it's Black Friday, exactly, for a certain time frame. It's not, we'll get into all this. And also, exactly, some of these smaller outlets there can be some shady offers that really make it seem enticing that you're going to want to avoid.
Yep. And we're also
sort
talking
through
about
all that.
A little friend that's going to come visit us very soon in our house. And I don't know if your house too this year. Well. Elf on the Shelf celebrating 20 years. So Elf on the Shelf has been helping Santa out for 20 years now, which is a very long time. We're talking to the founders about the milestone. I'm so curious to know about how they found out about Elf on the Shelf, how Santa got a hold of them, all the goodies.
Right, exactly. They, Elfie, ours is named Elfie. What's yours?
Oh.
Do you have a name for yours?
I don't, no.
Okay.
No, maybe Sparkle or something, but I can't really remember.
Sprinkle. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious about this phenomenon as well.
My daughter, right now, if I ask my daughter if she wants to name something, everything is Polly Pocket.
Polly Pocket.
Polly Pocket. And she doesn't even have a Polly Pocket. Like, she got this stuffed duck for her birthday. I was like, what's its name? Polly Pocket.
There must be something, because my 4-year-old is calling everyone Aiden these days. He calls me Aiden. He calls his brother Aiden. He calls his mom Aiden. And here's why. What? His best friend at school has a brother named Aiden.
Ah, yeah.
So we're all Aiden now.
4-year-olds are hilarious, you guys. I can't.
I pick
That's
him up.
really actually
I pick him up.
Funny.
Hi, Aiden. Hi, Aiden.
You're like, wait.
Dad? Daddy?
Hi, Aiden. It's a cute name.
I hope it doesn't stick. I mean, yeah, great name. Great name.
Solid name.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. But I think we're talking to TMZ first.
Do we have Michael Babcock on the line? Not
here
yet.
All right. Well, let's talk about this Elf on the Shelf maybe a little more.
Sure.
So when did Elfie come visit your house the first time?
Good memory on memorizing our elf's name. Elfie, I think his first appearance at Casa Ponce was like 3 years ago.
Casa Ponce.
And he tends to arrive on the 1st of December.
Every year.
Every year, like clockwork. How long has the elf been visiting Casa Caitlin?
I don't know. I guess maybe when Birdie was little. I would say like 5 years ago or so.
Last year something interesting happened with Elfie.
Okay. Did Elfie poop chocolate chips in your sink?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you remember me posting a picture of that?
No, my elf did the same thing though. Did your elf put toothpaste in Oreo cookies?
Ooh, I don't think they get in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
Another thing that happened was Theo gave Elfie his Christmas list. Okay. Like really neat and like sealed the envelope and everything. Elfie took it back up to the North Pole, was gone for like 5 days.
Uh-oh.
And we had to keep explaining to Theo there might be a long line, a lot of elves trying to get in line to see Santa.
Yeah.
Right? And so it was about a 5-day period where he wasn't moving around the house, he wasn't in different locations, but then he came back having apparently delivered
Took a vacation, I guess.
No, I think he was waiting in line. I honestly think he was waiting in line up there. I'm curious to know if that's a common thing or what.
Maybe Elfie could take a break for 15 days.
Exactly, because December 1st is a pretty early arrival for an elf. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So anyway.
they get into some trouble.
Exactly. I was sick of cleaning up after him every day.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah.
Toothpaste and the cookies, though.
Toothpaste and the cookies. Did you? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Toothpaste and the cookies.
What other misadventures did?
You know, sometimes Santa's helpers of Amazon. You know, Amazon is Santa's helpers. Sometimes the elf can buy some things on Amazon, like a 30-day package to do tricks on your kids. So maybe look into that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Bada boom, bada bang.
Here's another thing that's already happened this year. This was last week. We have this missing. We have like a missing panel of wood right next to our dishwasher. It's in the corner of our kitchen, so it makes this little hole.
It's at the door.